Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Phi Wing, and I'm having a bit of a flu today, so my voice is very different. But I hope it's not the virus is not going to be transported through the screen to Singapore over there. So, um, but I'll be having a bit of difficulty in presenting, so forgive me for that. So for me today to share with you what's going on in Vietnam, I basically stand from the point of view of three different roles in the franchise industry. First of all, I am a master franchisee, so I actually buy franchises from international brands to bring into Vietnam and also the ASEAN. Secondly, I'm also a franchisor because I invest into various local brands here in Vietnam and bring them and coach them to be franchisors. So as an investor, I do have um, different local brands that I work with at the moment as a franchisor. And last but not least, I also have a holding company and a fund to focus on accelerating franchise brands, not only in Vietnam, but also in the region. So from various point of view of someone who is very much involved in the industry, especially not only in Vietnam, but also internationally, I would like to today share with you my perspective on where Vietnam is in terms of franchise business and the development of the present and also the outlook of the future. I hope that this will give you a good understanding and also an overview of what's going on in the market. First of all, we go back to the market itself and have a look at what's going on in the market. Is it a potential market? Obviously, we're all here because it's a very potential market. It's probably top three in the Asian region after Indonesia and the Philippines as the most potential market for franchise businesses. And you look at the structure of the population of Vietnam, obviously, you can see that in terms of income, we still have a lot of gaps in terms of income in different income groups in Vietnam. If you look at the the bottom of the pyramid, and if someone is earning less than 10 million dong per month, which is around 400 US dollars per month, that is probably the bulk of the population at the moment. So whatever said and done, Vietnam is still very much around 30% urban and 70% rural. So we have to be very clear of which target we're actually targeting in Vietnam, because Vietnam is not the one Vietnam. Vietnam is very much what I say, a three kingdom Vietnam, because you have the urban primary cities like Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi and Da Nang, and then you have the satellite cities around those, like Bình Dương or Dong Nai, Hai Phong. But then you have the totally rural areas where access to everything is still an issue. So when you talk about Vietnam, you need to be imagining which Vietnam you're talking about. Are you talking about the primary cities of Vietnam? Are you talking about the urban, 30% urban Vietnam? Or are you talking about the 70% rural of Vietnam? So that's a bit of a perspective on Vietnam when you look at the market, so that you're not overexcited about a very huge market of 100 million population, but you're not also less excited because there are different distribution of population in the country itself. Consumer index, we all want to know. Obviously, this is the most updated from Nielsen, and I guess the graph will look very much the same for a lot of markets around the region, not just Vietnam. Obviously, consumer confidence index is down, but it's getting up very slowly. Because since we opened the market in October 2021, and even though we opened the market in October 2021, I have to say that the rate of reopening and business as usual, as I can see, is starting from Q3 of 2022, which is the quarter that we're talking and we're living in at the moment. Everything is basically back to normal. All the domestic travel is as business as usual. The airports are full all the time, and all the branches for F&B, education, groceries, convenience stores, everything is widely open. Is I have to say, probably almost back to the pre-COVID level already in terms of the rate of activity in business. However, in the macro outlook of Vietnam, obviously the government is saying that, you know, we're going to maintain GDP growth of about 7%, and we will cap inflation rate, which is the hottest topic in any economy at the moment, at around average 4%. But that's average meaning that, you know, the first 6 months is low, the last 6 months can be very high. Now, according to some of the trusted sources of economists in Vietnam, inflation will probably rise up to about 12% in Vietnam going forward to December of this year. So everyone is very much concerned. Everyone is very cautious at the moment in terms of keeping cash and making sure that, you know, you have a dollar for the coming winter. So that's a bit about the situation in Vietnam in terms of consumer index. What has changed after COVID? I think COVID has changed everything, but obviously when it comes to the behavior, the consuming behavior of the consumers here in Vietnam, there are a few things that that you could look, pay attention to. First of all, anything digital is increasing. Obviously, you know, online shopping, social commerce, e-commerce, you know, people-to-people commerce using phones and texts and messages and all that, all increase significantly in Vietnam, and I think it's probably across the board for all markets. Cooking and eating at home is a lot more. And myself is a very good example of that. I never cooked before, but now I'm cooking at home as well because I'm concerned about the health of my family. So that is something that's changing significantly in Vietnam. So if you're in F&B, obviously you need to have the option for people to also buy your solution and do the cooking at home as well, instead of just on premise. In-home entertainment, obviously, because people are used to now doing everything online at home. So that behavior will not go away when COVID ends. Obviously, the young generation is still going out, still going to cinemas, going to shopping malls, going to entertainment places, but there's always that part of their heart where they will stay at home and increase their in-home entertainment significantly. Healthy options, this is a big, huge headline in Vietnam. It doesn't matter what business you're in, what sector you're in, as soon as you're talking about health and wellness, then people listen. Okay, so whatever industry you're in, you need to have this message through. You need to have the solutions, you need to have the products, you need to have the campaigns to really grab the attention of the consumers here. When you start talking about protecting your soul, protecting your health, you know, looking after yourself before we hit the next pandemic. And last but not least, financial future. Everyone is very concerned about this because obviously we've been hit by COVID and caught by surprise. So people have learned to be more cautious about everything. Therefore, anything that we are selling to the market or anything that you would like people to invest in, the financials around it would be very important. Probably before people think more about, okay, how do I bring this business to efficiency? How do I earn more money? How do I earn more profit? But now a lot of the questions are asked around how much do I have to invest? When is my return on investment cycle? People are more concerned about their secure financial future. So therefore, people are more cautious about investing as well as consuming. Going down are the big ticket items. That's not a surprise for any of us, because when you are cautious about spending, you don't want to spend a lot of money on luxury items or big ticket items. Out of home, I have to say this report came out end of 2021. So there's still a very significant decrease in eating out of home. I have to say that from Q3 of 2022, this figure must have changed to around almost bouncing back to the pre-COVID level. So everyone is basically eating out a lot more, even though they also are very cautious about, the pricing. But the rate of eating out is probably back up to maybe just less, minus 10, 15, not minus 35%, as we have in this slide. Reduced travel as in international travel, yes. Reduced travel in terms of domestic, probably not that much anymore. The destinations around their areas, especially destinations around 100 kilometers of residency, become very popular because it's easier for access, it's less time to travel, it's less expensive to travel, and also to be able to have holiday within your own locality. So more travel domestically, less travel international as is. Wet markets probably is hit the heaviest in Vietnam, because now people are more concerned about food quality, about health, about wellness. So I have to say that online grocery shopping, online shopping, and the hypermarkets, the convenience stores are becoming the champions in the market for distribution in Vietnam at the moment. So that's a bit about what's going on in Vietnam in terms of the overall market and the behavior of the consumers in Vietnam. I'm going to just share with you a bit about the behavioral change from franchise investors' point of view. I think you'll be more concerned about this because you're probably looking for a master franchisee in Vietnam or a multi-unit franchisee in Vietnam to be able to establish your brands here. First of all, after COVID, before COVID, Vietnam, the Vietnamese investors are very much open. Okay, anything new, anything that the market is looking for, anything that could make business or make money in Vietnam, I'm all in. And I will think about the risk, and I think about the efficiency at a later stage. I'm more keen on the opportunity. After COVID is basically vice versa. After COVID, I'm going to assess the risk first and see whether this business is going to weather, another pandemic, whether this business is going to help me go through the difficult times if I have to go through the difficult times again, right? So very risk averse and very much focusing on the model, very much focusing on the efficiency of investment. More keen on the new normal business models, as in, okay, so before COVID, you may have a restaurant, you may have a school, you may have extra school curricular activity class outside of school, whatever. And with that physical store, with that physical branch or unit, you would be able to develop the business and earn money. But obviously the pandemic has taught everyone a very good lesson that everything can happen, and you may have to shut down, and you may have to stay in lockdown, and you may not have the revenue stream that you want. Therefore, the new normal business models is something that need to provide you with multi-channel revenue and help you to be able to continue your business even during the pandemic, during lockdown, during the difficult time. So people are more keen on that perspective of whether this business is going to weather another pandemic or not. Very cash protective. So people may in the past thought, okay, if I am to invest into a franchise business, I'm going to be a master franchisee, and I'm going to be, taking the license of the whole country. But now, because of the difficult situation in retaining cash and keeping a dollar for the coming winter, I'm going to start thinking about opening a pilot, or maybe buying the license for a few units first, to see what's going on. Or maybe I could just contain the location within my city, within my province, within my area first, and be happy with that development before I start thinking about expanding. So the hype and the excitement and the vision of expanding business for the long term, for the whole market, becoming the master franchisee and then sub-franchising across Vietnam, that dream is not over, but that dream is delayed, just because people are more protective of the cash that they have in hand, especially when we're talking about inflation rate going up to around 12% at the end of this year in Vietnam. People are even more cautious about, getting the cash out of the pocket. And because of that, the investors are more demanding, less tolerant, and I call it emotionally unstable. One day, I meet with investors. One day they may be very excited and very much ready to invest, and the next day they may listen to a family member, their friends, somebody in the industry, and they may become less excited and more cautious about the development. So there is that instability in the market about the opportunity and the will to move forward. And I guess that's pretty understandable. When you're living through a difficult time, you have to become more cautious, and especially when the environment is not back to normal as 100% yet, and the economy is still trying to recover instead of springing back to where it was. So that kind of investors that you will come across in Vietnam would be understandable. And last but not least, they expect that the franchisors will also share and be very transparent with them about the risks that the business model will have to go through, and some of the measures that you have in place to help them weather another difficult time. Probably because they are emotionally unstable, they need a lot more assurance from franchisors that you're going to be there, you're going to hold their hand, you're going to walk through the difficult time together, and that we have a plan in place to really help people go through that period together. And it's just not all talk. There is a plan, there is an action plan, there are measures in place, and there are preparations in place that would help us to go through things together. So that kind of, from a very open, exciting, go for it sort of investor behavior through the pandemic, now to a very cautious, risk-averse, expecting risk management measures sort of investors. So the way that you approach the investors here will need to be differently, not only in terms of model, not only in terms of doing business, but also in terms of your relationship and building relationship with your investors. So what would be the new normal or the next gen business models that Vietnamese investors will look at? I have to say that Vietnam, with the young population and with the high rate of digitalization adoption, a lot of the young business entrepreneurs here are very out there, very digitally enabled. So first of all, when we talk about the next gen business models, we talk about O2O. There needs to be a flexible model that would allow you to be able to do business online, plus you can do business offline. So we have seen the convergence of pure internet business models with physical business models or brick and mortar business models. And we've seen a huge development in terms of the brick and mortar going online and the online world going down to brick and mortar. I met with the chairman of Golden Gate. They have about 6-7 F&B brands in Vietnam, very big corporation here in Vietnam with a lot of different F&B franchise and retail businesses. And he said probably throughout the pandemic, the only thing they did was to convert their business model from offline to online. So when you present your business model to the Vietnamese investors nowadays, you need to show them that journey. If you are traditionally offline, you need to show them how you have gone online, what is your O2O model looking like at the moment. And if you have been very much online, then you need to also start thinking about how do you basically exploit the offline world and the offline touch points of the customer so that you can have a flexible O2O model. Very much digitally enabled because the young Vietnamese and even the old generations of Vietnam through the pandemic have gone online. So everything should be very easy, convenient, and digitally enabled. So that is something that they would focus on very much when they start thinking about a new business model. Secondly, I think it's omnichannel approach, as in, okay, I can buy this on social media, I can buy this on e-commerce platforms, I can buy this directly with you through your online platform, I can actually go to your center, or I can do it over the phone. So the omnichannel approach allows the customers or the consumers to basically engage with the brand at any touch point at their choice. And the keyword is at their choice. And in Vietnam, if the dropping rate of consumer shopping, if it's very complicated, if it's not convenient for them, if the channels are not readily available, is very high. So you really need to think about how do you capture the contact point, the touch point of the consumers along their shopping journey, their buying journey, whether it's online, offline, your own channel, third-party channel, or a combination of both, and a combination of online and offline as well, so that people can, at any point in time, at any touch point, at any part in their journey, would be able to get in touch with the brand and pay for what they want. There's a huge increase in the concept of digital products. So a lot of our brands, for example, right now, we don't just sell our actual products anymore, the physical products anymore. We actually have to think outside of the box and think, okay, how do we convert the physical product through the process of digitalizing it into a digital product, so that people can buy the digital product first. It may in the form of a voucher, it may be in the form of a gift, it may be in the form of a package, whatever. But we need to be able to be there during that touch point and sell them something that is not readily available physically first, but it could be a digital product, and then they can convert that product into a physical product later on. So that's another thing that you may keep in mind, so that you don't drop the customers during their shopping journey. Thirdly, I start seeing a lot of the new business models in Vietnam, especially those formed by the young generation, to be very data driven and very customer experience driven. So customer experience has been a very hot topic in the retail scene in Vietnam recently, because of some of the very huge conferences and workshops throughout the pandemic about consumer experience, especially when you now have to move your business models from online to offline, or offline to online, or an omni-channel approach on O2O model. there are a lot of areas that a lot of entrepreneurs are not aware of in terms of providing the right customer experience for the consumer. So this is something that is of huge importance and focus for a lot of brands in Vietnam. Okay, so how do I now create or replicate that great customer experience from offline, where I have been doing very well, to the online world, or through the third party platforms. And to be able to do that, I need to have data. So I need to collect data, I need to analyze data, and I need to come up with insights about consumer behavior, so that I can turn the insights from data into customer experience. So that's another thing that if you can share with the investors here and the entrepreneurs here, they will be hugely excited and have a lot more trust in the business model itself. Next is the multi-level investment package. As I briefly mentioned before, it's almost too difficult to find a master franchisee who would buy the brand for 10 years for $300,000 like before. Before it was the norm. Now it's not anymore because of the cautious of the people towards cash. So when you structure your investment packages for the Vietnamese market, I guess it would be a very smart move if you can structure it in different levels. So it could be, okay, level 1 is a multi-unit package. It could be pack of 5, pack of 10, pack of 15, 20, I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you to actually decide. And then level 2 would be, if you do well, then you can basically upgrade to a citywide regional master franchisee, and then you can become the master franchisee of the whole country. But during that particular process, if someone comes up and asks us to buy the master franchise license for the whole of Vietnam, we will be able to do that, and then we will connect you guys. So there needs to be flexibility in terms of the investment packages that you offer to the investors here, so that they feel comfortable that they would be able to engage with you at any point in time, or at whatever level that they are comfortable with. There may be a lot of people who have everything they need to be the master franchisee of Vietnam, but they still want to go through that level in multi-level investment package to actually expand and grow together with the brand. So that's something that you should put into consideration as well. Financing is key. I have to say that after the pandemic, the franchise scene in Vietnam is very vibrant. It is very vibrant. People are looking for opportunities to buy a franchise because they through the pandemic, a lot of, I think more than 100,000 Vietnamese small businesses have closed their doors because of the pandemic. So in order to come back and to start participating in the economy again, a lot of these small investors are now thinking about franchising to weather the risk, instead of starting up and setting up their own business again. So there's an appetite to invest. There is an appetite to be part of a more professional system. There is an appetite to be part of something bigger than yourself, and a system that would help you to go through all the risks at a later stage when something like that happens again in the market. However, because of the pandemic and because a lot of people lose their money and lose their businesses during the pandemic, they do need financing. So if there are financing options, for example, equipment leasing, or bank loan, or even franchisor delay payment installment, stuff like that will be a huge advantage to the local market here, to the investors here, because obviously you have thought about the financing options for them, and so that it gives them more comfort in being part of the journey to travel with you throughout the 3, 5, or 10 years with the brand. So that's another thing that you could look at. Maybe as a franchisor, you don't have to do that, but whoever becoming your franchisee, master franchisee in Vietnam, maybe you need to coach them or mentor them on how to explore various financing options in the market for their sub-franchisees. And in Vietnam at the moment, there are a lot of options. The banks are already open to work with franchise brands. Equipment leasing is quite normal in Vietnam. And the option of payment installment is very widespread. So those are the areas that you could work with your master franchisee in Vietnam as well. If you're not the one providing financing options, your master franchisee should be, if they want to use sub-franchising as the way to establish their market in Vietnam. And last but not least, this is my favorite, Fast and Furious. Because of the pandemic, whatever model you have, whatever measures you have, whatever financing options you have, the model needs to recoup cash very quickly. So people people start talking about, before when we do franchising, we talk about return on investment from 2.5 years, 3 years, 2 years, and then it comes down to 18 months. And now we start talking about as a competitive advantage when you sell franchise in Vietnam, we start talking about 12 months, 14 months, and some of my local brands even have to come down to about 7-8 months with their investment, very compact investment packages. So that is something that has huge value in terms of marketing and in terms of attracting investors in Vietnam, because nothing can beat being fast and furious, recouping your money so that you can be protected in the market. So that is something that you need to put into attention, and maybe looking at your current investment of each unit at the moment, and figure out how you can actually bring down the return on investment cycle, and also how you could cap down the capex, capital expenditure of each unit, so that you can increase the return on investment cycle for the investors here. If you can do so, then obviously it will be a huge competitive advantage for your brand to find an investor in Vietnam. So those are the very key points in the next gen business model that I think would be very attractive to the investors in Vietnam. And if you can somehow transform your business model that way, or start tweaking your business model that way, then you become more attractive to the investors here. I'm going to go through some of I was asked to go through some of the case studies of successful franchise brands in Vietnam. But when I look at the market, I can't say that there are top successful franchise brands in Vietnam. Instead, because Vietnam is a very green market, very new market in terms of franchising. If you're talking about McDonald's entering other countries in the 80s, in the 90s, McDonald's entered Vietnam in 2015. So sorry, not 15, I think it's 17. So it's still a very, very super new and green market. And everyone can be very successful, but everyone faces the same challenges. So I'm going to instead talk about some of the case studies of the sectors that are doing very well in terms of franchising in Vietnam, and what they have done right, so that they could be that successful, so that you can look at your sector and go, okay, in your particular sector, is there a learning there that you could learn from the brands that have entered the market before? First of all, I have to say that still, whatever said and done, Vietnam is still a very young population country. Therefore, anything fast food work very well here for the young generation. So towards Gen Z, those that were born end of the 90s and early 2000, they are still very much crazy about fast food. So our very iconic brands like KFC or Lotteria or Domino's are still doing super well and expanding very quickly in Vietnam. Anything milk tea, catering to the young generation, the Gen Z are still doing super well, like Cha Tham or the LA or Cung Cha. And Vietnam, I think I read a report a few weeks ago about Vietnam being top 3 in the Asian region for milk tea consumption after Indonesia and the Philippines, I guess, or Thailand. Yeah, so anything that caters to that particular young generation, Gen Z, Gen Millennial generation is still doing very well in terms of F&B. Casual dining, we used to see an influx of more international brands, and then after that, it becomes more of regional brands. So it's more destination driven. It's more of exploring the food of the local neighbors, the regional neighbors. So all the Thai, Korean, Taiwanese, Chinese are doing super well in Vietnam as well, and I guess it's no exception for Singaporean, but you need to do a lot of education, and you need to come in like more like a destination, more like promoting a destination than just promoting the brand or the product itself. I think even though there were a lot of bad news about Hai Di Lao, closing 300 stores worldwide to weather the risk of the pandemic. They're opening here, and their business is just unbelievable. People actually line up to get in and line up to go through their free services before they log in. All of the time when I go there with my daughter, the restaurants are all full, and people talk about it on social media. So as you can see, there's a lot of vibrancy in the F&B sector in Vietnam, as long as it is something novel, it is something new, it is something that I would like to experience. So customer experience is key. Something new, something exciting, something I would like to experience, especially now that I cannot travel outside of Vietnam. I would like to travel within Vietnam through the local food culture. So that is something that has been of a huge advantage for F&B franchisors in Vietnam. However, I have to say that the success of these brands are more towards catering to the current need, to the new concept, to the customer experience that I create. They come up with anything new and weird and novel every single day to capture the attention of the young generation. And most of these brands are very much chain development. So they would have a master franchisee in Vietnam who is financially capable to actually develop the brands across the country in Vietnam, instead of relying on sub-franchising. I have to say most of the big chains in Vietnam, they will stop at master franchising, and then they will invest into chain development in Vietnam instead of further franchising. So that's one sector that I guess that a lot of you are actually in, and I hope that would give you the zest to actually enter Vietnam and make it happen. Another sector that is super vibrant pre and also post-COVID is the convenience stores, mini-mart sector. This is an underserved sector in Vietnam because the number of units per population in Vietnam is very low, probably lowest in the region. So because it is an underserved sector, all the brands are doing very well, expanding super well in Vietnam. 7-Eleven has entered for the past 2-3 years and doing well in Vietnam and starting to sub-franchise from this year. And all the others are doing super well, trying to expand their presence across the country. But the common approach, again, is very much having a very financially capable partner. And a partner could be a JV partner or a master franchisee who is capable to actually or has the capital to expand the chain by themselves instead of sub-franchising, because being a new market, a green market in terms of franchising in Vietnam, sub-franchising is still very new and creates a lot of challenges for any chain to use it as a strategy to expand in the market. So I think to date, Vietnam is still very much a master franchising level sort of market. And then after that, the master franchisee should be capable to expand the brand locally or nationally using their own resources. They can sub-franchise, but that should not be the key strategy for them to expand in the market. Otherwise, it's very difficult for them to grab the market itself. Yeah, so very investment driven to dominate the market by the master franchisee. Another sector that is super hot in Vietnam is education. Education will forever be in demand, an evergreen sector in Vietnam because of the young population that we're talking about and the drive, the inspiration of Vietnamese to help their kids to be better in the future. I guess it's very much the same across the ASEAN countries, and Vietnam is no exception. So anything that caters to personal growth, to the development of kids, of children, of youth in Vietnam will always be an in-demand sector. So you look at the brands like Kumon, Magnesium, or Clever Learn, they're all doing very well here. English is doing very well here. Obviously, there are a lot more new business models for marketplace or online tutoring or O2O tutoring that are happening in Vietnam because of the startup vibrancy at the moment. However, the brands that are proven in terms of developing kids are still very much preferred in Vietnam at the moment. Common approach, again, very much chain development. Not so much of sub-franchising, focusing on unit efficiency, because if you do focus on the efficiency of the business at each unit, there is already a lot of opportunities there for the brand to make money. If you open a center, you probably make a lot more money opening that center than having to sub-franchise it to anyone. So a lot of the business focus is still wrapping around the efficiency of each optimizing each business unit. But I have to say, and I know that a lot of you in the room today are from the education sector. Welcome to Vietnam. I think this is one sector that you will always find a partner to go along with. Excuse me. I would like to show you a case study of a local franchise brand that has been hitting Vietnam by storm, being on every headline in Vietnam recently in the franchise sector. This is a brand called 25Fit, and it's an O2O EMS fitness studio franchise. So basically, their investment is a studio that is probably around 60 square meters, 40 to 60 square meters, very low in footprint and very low in capex. Their capex right now, I think, is about, including franchise fee, is about 40K, 30 to 40K US. So very affordable. And they basically provide all the next-gen business models, keywords that we have discussed before. It's an O2O model, so it can be in-home, it can be online, it can be in the studios. It can be anywhere you want it to be. It can be inside your office building, for example. It caters to a sector that is growing significantly in Vietnam, which is health sector. Everyone is talking about health and protecting their health. Very low capex, very high return on investment. So their ROI could be within 7 or 8 months if they do well in terms of getting members. And it's totally digital. So the customer journey from engaging with the brand up to signing up with the brand, paying for their package or membership can be totally online. You can even e-sign on the platform itself. They sell digital products, so you can buy the package, but you can also buy part of the package from a third party platform. A lot of interesting digital products like that for people to buy. So they fit into the new age post-pandemic O2O business model very well. And hence, when I met them, I think early 2020, they have 2 studios. And right now they have 48 studios. 16 of those are franchise, and they offer financing options. They, as a franchisor, they offer financing to their franchisees as well. So it's a very fit model into the franchising scenario of Vietnam at the moment, and that's why they're doing very well. So from 2020, when the company value was only about 500K US, right now they have been valued at $43 million US in terms of company valuation for investors to invest into the company itself. So I just would like to share with you this so that you know that the market in Vietnam is not that behind. There are new gen entrepreneurs who are doing something out there, something very digital in terms of business model, something very disrupting in terms of digital transformation, and is capturing the hearts of the young population and the young investors in Vietnam. So that is something that you should bear in mind when you enter Vietnam, so that you need to be at the level where it creates that same effect, same excitement towards the customers and towards the consumers of Vietnam. If you can do so, then obviously you can capture the heart of the whole market already. Well, that would lead me to what I think most of you would be very interested about is the sectors in Vietnam in terms of franchising at the moment. I have to say that I didn't put F&B in here because F&B to me is an evergreen sector. It can always, it will always be the key sector that people look for when they start looking at franchising. So it's a given that F&B is an evergreen sector as long as you have a novel concept, something new, something exciting, something catering to the experience of the consumers. But apart from F&B, which is very classic, what are other sectors that would do very well in Vietnam in the years to come? I have to say that anything that has anything to do with health and medical care will do very well. So even if you have a medical center that caters to the need of basic healthcare would do well. Anything that has anything to do with sending a family doctor in home for personal care, for family care will do very well. Anything that has anything to do with looking after the old population, the seniors will do very well, because obviously the young generation is very busy at the moment with what they are doing, and they need in-home care for their seniors. So anything in that particular area for any target groups would do very well, especially for kids and seniors. Essential goods. When I say essential goods, I mean logistics for essential goods. So before the pandemic, we all go to wet markets and convenience stores and hypermarkets. We probably go to wet markets a lot more. After the pandemic, everything is delivered to your home, right? You don't go and get stuff anymore. It has to be click and collect. It has to be delivered to your home, in your fridge, whatever. So anything that caters to the logistics of making things easy for people to get the essential goods will do very well. So even if it's an app or it's a platform or it's a business model that brings essential goods to your door, will do very well in Vietnam. I cannot discount the fact that health and wellness, both physical and mental, will probably stay on top of the list in Vietnam in the next 3 years, if not 5. Because that is probably something that everyone, not just any target customers, are concerned about. After the pandemic, we start feeling the hit of physical health as well as mental health. So, anything that helps people to relax, help people to protect their health, help people to de-stress, help people to get themselves back to the health level they used to have pre-pandemic, help people to stay focused, help people to gain back the basic health that they need to have, help people to prepare for their health for the future, another pandemic, stuff like that. Both physical and mental will do super well. So if you are in this sector, then obviously you have to get your golden ticket today to fly to Vietnam, because there will be someone waiting for you to do business in Vietnam. Beauty and personal care. After the pandemic, a lot of people got hit by problems with their health and their beauty. So losing hair, the skin complexion is not good anymore, their nails, anything that affect the look, especially hair care and skin care from the pandemic. Any of those services and solutions will do super well in Vietnam. I can't remember how many ads I've seen in terms of treating hair treatment post-pandemic in Vietnam, and it's crazy to see. And I think it's in itself, there's truth that a lot of people lose their hair during the pandemic as well. So everyone is panicking about it, and so all these new facilities springing up in Vietnam about treating hair treatment. So anything beauty and personal care, especially getting people back to their condition pre-COVID, would do super well in Vietnam, especially right now and in the next 3 years. B2B services. I think after the pandemic, there is a realization from small and medium enterprises in Vietnam that we're not doing well. And the story that we used to tell about building the foundation for the business to be very stable, to be very strong, and to be able to be sustainable, we used to tell those stories. We used to talk about it. We used to be very inspired about it, but we didn't do anything much about it, because we're still making money, and we're still happy, and everything still seems to be hunky-dory. So people talk, but people don't pay much attention to the action. Right after the pandemic, everyone feels the hit, so feels the heat. So everyone is now realizing that if you don't start actioning on building your foundations at the moment and getting yourself up to the level where you could be sustainable and weathering the next pandemic, then probably you will be wiped off very soon. If more than 100,000 businesses have been wiped off, then obviously a lot more will be wiped off in the next 6 months and the next 1 year. So anything that helps in terms of training, coaching, business transformation, outsourcing, consulting to help small and medium enterprises to be sustainable in the future will be very much welcome and in hot demand in Vietnam. Throughout 2022, in the next 5 years. So, and I know that Singapore has a lot of knowledge in that particular sector. So that's something that you should keep in mind when you expand to Vietnam. Anything that has anything to do with education or personal development. And as I said before the pandemic, it's more education and personal development for my kids, but now it's more education and personal development for my kids, for myself, because I have to now integrate into the new future, the new century, the new economy, especially post-pandemic, the new normal. So for my kids, for myself, and then for my organizations, for my business, for my company, for my community, all of those will be super vibrant in Vietnam in the years to come. And especially right now is probably the right time for you to start talking about it and start investing in it. Even though people are more cash cautious, they are actually spending a lot more money on themselves, investing them in themselves and investing in their future. So when you talk about investing in the future, people don't hesitate to spend their money. Right? So anything in that particular sector, which I think Singapore is doing very well as well, will be your significant opportunity to expand to Vietnam from now on. And last but not least, I have to say that Vietnam, because of the young population that we have, we love entertainment. And obviously everyone loves offline entertainment, but there are still a lot of room for people to participate in the digital entertainment sector. If you are aware, Vietnam, during the pandemic, one of the headlines of Vietnam was blockchain game. And if you don't know it, there's a company called Sky Mavis, and they provide blockchain games for or play to earn to a lot of different countries internationally. And during the pandemic, they actually start promoting heavily in Vietnam and becomes talk of the town. So that is something that, and since then, there are a lot of different business models in digital entertainment that has been born in Vietnam. That could be exercise to earn, play to earn. It could be, talk to earn. It could be protect your health to earn, whatever you can think of. All those platforms and games and digital entertainment start springing up in Vietnam like crazy. And the young generation loves it. So if you have anything in that particular sphere, it would do very super well in Vietnam. So there you go. Beside F&B, which is a very classical, iconic sector, a lot of these sectors are more very service driven. And because they are service driven, the investment, the capex is lower, return on investment is higher, and it caters to the vibrant needs of the consumers in Vietnam at the moment. So if you are in these sectors, then don't hesitate to start getting your tickets to Vietnam so that you can find your next investors in Vietnam. Medical care, logistics for essential goods, health and wellness, beauty and personal care, B2B service, education, personal development, and digital entertainment. Well, having said that, and I probably share with you all the good news about what's going on in Vietnam and the good news about the opportunities for you to make money and expand your market in Vietnam, but nothing is just rainbow, right? Everything has challenges, and so I would like to also share with you from the perspective of someone who is the operator here, also franchising here, some of the challenges that you may face as a franchisor, or you may face working with your master franchisees in Vietnam. First of all, as I shared about the business models, there are huge changes in the business models here in Vietnam and what people are actually paying attention to or trusting. So if you have a business that have been very much traditional, and you've done a little bit of changes over the pandemic to bring it to the next level. Probably that's not enough. Probably you need a bit more edgy transformation in your traditional businesses, especially in the restaurant or food and beverage sector, to be able to be more, digitally enabled to attract the market here in Vietnam. That to me is a big project, and it's not easy. Not a lot of companies can do that, especially when you become too big. I spoke to the chairman of Golden Gate, and he said, you have a big ship, and for you to turn it around and testing and piloting something very edgy, something very out there, something very digital. It takes time, it takes talent, it takes a lot of investment, it takes a lot of team understanding, and you need to have an agile approach to your corporate culture, and that is not easy for a brand that has been established for a while, or a company that has some sort of heritage, to be able to do so over the nights. So I guess that is something that is up to you to see how you can present your new business model to the investors here. Secondly, I think we all try to get through the pandemic by integrating some sort of digitalization or digital transformation, or tools and processes to survive, to stay relevant. However, I have to say that the shining companies out of the pandemic has to be someone who has already piloted, has already adopted, has already processed total internal digitalization from end to end, A to Z. Because imagine if you are opening Vietnam market and you cannot be here. Let's say you put up a scenario like that. If I can't fly to Vietnam and I still need to open the Vietnamese market, can I, by any chance, be able to do that and manage everything online? If you can ask that question and answer that question at the same time with a yes, then obviously you are very much ready to hit the market immediately without second thought. But if your digitalization of internal support is still very fragmented, piece here, piece there, this can be done online, this cannot be done online, or nothing is basically connected to each other, it's not seamless, and the digital tools that you're using are basically, are not all connected to a digital warehouse, for example, then it would be somewhat challenging, because your data will be everywhere, and it's difficult for you to gain insight into the businesses, especially when they start expanding in a market like Vietnam. So that is something that I think also challenging for a lot of franchisors. I myself go through that challenge. So my focus for all of my businesses in Vietnam, especially all the franchise businesses, are to invest into digitalization of all the management and internal support, so that to bring it to the level of being very seamless and fully digitalized in order to expand quickly post-pandemic. So having said that, there's a lot more work that we need to do. So much work. I think I spend a lot of my time brainstorming, talking with my team, working with my team, just to bring the digital level of support up to the speed that we would like it to be. But less money, because it's just the investment stage. So there's a lot of investment that you put into place in terms of money, in terms of support, in terms of team, in terms of resources. But at the same time, selling franchises, you have to sell slower, you have to delay payment, you have to do multi-package investment. So, the money coming in is lower than the money going out. So that's another challenge that I face as a franchisor. Very, very difficult to have that level of agile approach to collaboration to bring to remodel your businesses. But last but not least, I have to say that because Vietnam is a very young and green market, industry talent is still a big problem. You may find your your master franchisee or your regional master franchisee, who has the appetite and who has the updated knowledge to develop your businesses in Vietnam, and you may work very well with that person, but their knowledge about franchising as well as how to expand a franchise brand successfully in Vietnam is still a question mark. So there's a lot of hand holding, there's a lot of coaching, there's a lot of mentoring, there's a lot of collaboration, working together to go through each step one by one, instead of saying, okay, I'm going to sell the master franchise to you, and then you need to look after your market and need to expand your market and need to have a plan in place. It doesn't work that way in Vietnam. You have to hold hand and you have to develop everything together with your master franchisees if you want the market to be successful. So that's another challenge that I find that creates more work and less money for the franchisor, but you really have less you don't have a lot of choices in this particular area. You really need to spend more time, invest more time with your investors. So that's all for me for today. A bit of an industry snapshot, and also some experience of myself dealing with the franchise businesses in Vietnam as a franchisor and a master franchisee. So I hope that does help give you some insights into the market. And after today, if you are to come, there is a huge event in Vietnam from the 3rd to the 5th of November in Ho Chi Minh City called Retail Tech and Franchise Show, the biggest show in Vietnam. If you are to come and explore the market, then obviously you can ping me. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help in any way. Thank you so much. Is that all, Han Minh, or am I staying for questions, or what's going on?
No, I think that's all. Do the audience have any questions you would like to?
Yeah, one question.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, thank you so much. Great clarity, so that at least for someone like me today, it's having a clear understanding about what's going on in Vietnam right now. So thank you so much. I just want to check with you, if please, can you give us a little bit of an understanding about fashion and leather goods situation in Vietnam, if you have any of this information.
Sorry, what was the question again? I couldn't hear it very well.
As a market. Thank you. I was checking if you can give us a little bit more of information about shoes, leather goods, fashion items, because we touch on food and beverage, we touch on education. How about the leather goods or the fashion sector? Thank you.
Okay, so retail fashion and accessories are very vibrant in Vietnam as well. So I think all the malls here now everything when everything's open again, you start seeing all the Muji stores or the H&M, Charles & Keith is going crazy in Vietnam as well. So anything fashion and accessories based retail will do very well in Vietnam, as long as it caters to the young generation. But obviously, when we look at the sector, we will always advise the investors to test the market first. So you may going through e-commerce and social commerce first. A lot of the Korean brands actually enter Vietnam through micro influencers and social commerce first to test the market, and also to adjust the market and to understand the market before they go to brick and mortar. So I think the demand is there. It's very high. And the young population here, they have different subcultures in terms of fashion and accessories. So there's always a need in the market, but the approach to enter the market, you should pay attention to. If you are a very well-known brand, then obviously you can go in a big wave. But if you are a second tier or third tier brand, then obviously you can try and test the market first through social and e-commerce or micro influencers before you can expand it widespread with brick and mortar in Vietnam. That's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, okay, maybe we'll take one more question because of the time constraint. Okay.
Hi, TP. Thank you very much for the session. If we wanted to connect with you, how do we do that? Because I have a trip to Vietnam next week, and I'd love to meet with you. Or the contact details or something that you can share?
I think you can connect with the organizer because they've got all my contact information, and I'm happy to help in any way for anyone. I don't do consulting because I'm more of an investor, so I invest a lot in different brands. But I will give you my perspective, and I'm sure you have consultants in the room that could help you with helping you to expand to Vietnam. But my local support. My local insight would be on business only. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
First, I would like to say hello to everyone here. So long time no fly. So Vietnam just opened the market to travel overseas easily. So Singapore is my first overseas time after a long time. Before COVID, I've been here many times, maybe 6 or 7 times per year. But after COVID, 1 or 2 years couldn't go overseas. So so during COVID time, I see that the franchise system is in Vietnam, but a lot of issue because of the COVID. To highlight some part of the commercial law. In the commercial law in Vietnam, we define the concept of franchising. I think the concept of franchising in Vietnam quite familiar with the other countries in Singapore, Australia, because we also learn a lot from the Australia systems. So I think that is a common definition of franchise. And also the commercial law sets the form of franchise contract in Vietnam. Franchise agreement in Vietnam need to meet a lot of requirements, not in a free way like the other country, but we need to include many compulsory articles into the franchise agreement. The first one that is provides for the rights and obligation of franchisors. So if you want, you need to, because in the franchise we need to set out figure out the duties and the responsibilities of the franchisor, and also the franchisee as well. And also it deal with the sub-franchisee to the third parties. If you do the master franchise, you need to do how to deal with the third parties as well. And also it focus on the registration of franchise in Vietnam. The decree number 35/2006 ND CP, it is amended by the decree number 120/2011 NDCP and the decree number 8/2018 CP of the government. You can see that in Vietnam, under the law we have a lot of decrees. So to explain about the law, so quite a little bit complicated to understand. Law, we normally in Vietnam law, it provides very generous regulation, but to make it details on how to do it, how to implement it in the reality, then we need decrees. So in Vietnam we had in terms of franchise, we have different degree like in the slide. In a degree like that, it set out the condition for conducting commercial franchising in Vietnam, and also the information between the franchisor and franchisees, and the terms of contract in commercial franchisees. And the section 3, the that it focuses on the registration system of commercial franchising. And the first one that is the violation cases of handling violence. And the first one that is circular number 2006 TT PTM amended by the circular number 4 2016 TT PTC of the Ministry of Industrial Church. You see, in Vietnam we not only have degree, but we have circular as well. So that also a little bit challenging for following the law. So in the circular, we focus on the who shall be the registration agencies, and the first one the procedure for the registration of franchise agreement. The third one that is notification of change in the register information, and the revocation of registration as well, and the organization of the implementation. In Vietnam, you need to meet a lot of conditions and requirements for doing franchise in Vietnam. That is the condition for the franchisees and franchisors. You can look at the slide and see that the condition for franchisors is that it just to be brand franchise in Vietnam. It means that the master franchisor or the trader need to operate in Vietnam at least 1 year. Because I see that a lot of the franchise from Singapore like this, you just open it because you see that you have very potential franchisee in Vietnam. Then you set up the new hub here, new company in Singapore, but you couldn't grant the franchisee to Vietnamese if within 1 year. So you need to wait for 1 year. So that is the things you should take a note on this. And the second one, that is the in Vietnam, we follow the rule of that. So to be start franchise in Vietnam, you need to get the approval from the authority first. Not like you just jump in and do whatever you want, but you need to get the approval from Vietnamese authorities. Why we do that? Because in the world we can see that some countries don't focus, don't allow, don't require it, but several countries require that you need to be registered before operating the franchise business in Vietnam, because we want to protect the franchisees in Vietnam, because somehow we can say that franchisee always weaker than the franchisors. We need the information from franchisors should be clear enough to the franchisee in Vietnam. That is the reason why we ask franchisors to get the approval from our authority before doing the franchisee in Vietnam. And the third one, not all the goods are allowed to do the franchisee in Vietnam. We have a lot of goods, so we banned it from the business. If the good and the service permitted for commercial franchising business are though on the list of registered or conditional business, franchisors must fully certify the business conditions and to be granted business licenses or paper of equivalent value by the competent agencies. So I think that for the boot, for the F&B or the fashions, if not the consumer sectors, it shall be okay. But for the other sector like wine, alcohol, something like that, not on the bar, not easy. So I think that we need a lot of sub license for to grant the franchise in Vietnam in that sectors. And for the things that is for the franchisor now, that is the condition for franchisees in Vietnam to do the operation of franchisees franchisee need to get the same business sector in that field as well. So if you have the potential franchisee in Vietnam, you need to check with them if scope of their business fields in the license, if they have a sector or not. In terms of education in Vietnam not easy at all. Even very potential for the franchisees in Vietnam, but to run it meet a lot of requirement in terms of the facilities. So I think that that the things we would take a note on this. Pre-disclosure requirements. That is very important documents for to in the franchise closure in Vietnam. In Vietnam, that is a compulsory document. We require that the franchise need to disclose everything to the franchisees in terms of the scope of business, in terms of how many franchise systems do you have, how many the financial ability, how many franchisees failed, how many franchisees successful. We make it very clear. We call it the pre-disclosure requirement. The short term for that the FDD, and you can see that the information in the FDD must include the information about the franchisors, the initial fee for the franchisee must pay, and also the other financial obligation of the franchisees, and the franchisee of the initial investment, franchisee obligation to buy or rent equipment to fit the business system as provided by the franchisors. Franchise obligations as well. And typically the number 6, that is you need to have a very clear description of the goods and the service market operated in the mode of franchise. Same franchise contract, that you need to provide the franchisee a same of the franchise contract to avoid the fact that a lot of the franchisor could treat the franchisee unequally. So we need to see the standard franchise symbol. That is the 9-1. That is the franchise financial statement. That the things a lot of franchisors don't want to tell. That is the fact, because they think that the franchise financial information should be their secret, not to disclose to the other. So that could be the challenge for the franchisor. And the 10th, that will be the reward recognition to gain or organization to participate in. Timing of disclosure. So the commercial franchise contract from form and the FDD must be supplied to the intended franchisee at least 15 working days before signing the commercial franchise contract, unless otherwise agreed by the parties. If they have any change occurring to the information set in the part A of the FDD, franchisor must notify the MOIT within 30 days of the change. You should take a note on the timeline like this, because normally franchisor and franchisees in Vietnam don't care about that, don't pay much attention to it. But it could be the possible legal person for any party to claim. Typically, for the franchisees in Vietnam, they can claim when they want to terminate the contract, something like that. So I think you should take a note on this. And the franchisees, franchise disclosure, the intended franchisee shall have to provide the franchisor with the information originally required by the letter before deciding on the grant of commercial right to the former. Franchise and master licensing. I don't know how many people in the room working on in franchise licensing to know about the difference between franchise and master licensing. It is very confused in the market in the two terms, and a lot of Vietnamese, a lot of overseas franchisors, even they are the franchisor, but they still do the contract like the master licensing. Why? You know why? Now let me tell you. You can see the comparison table, the difference between the master franchise and master licensing. A lot of things different. The first subject, franchise agreement is a system, a business system bearing the franchisor brand name, but master license agreement. That for basic locally, that's what on the IP right granted to the licensor, not focus on the business like the franchise agreement that is under Vietnam law. And the condition for the setting up a franchise transaction, not necessarily for a franchise agreement. It is not necessary to have a certain type of IP rights protected, but only need to have an operating business system. But in terms of master license agreement, IP rights is very important. It is compulsory to have the IP rights protected in Vietnam to insert into the master licensing. And the condition, the third criteria, that is the condition for the business system intended for the franchise or license. In the franchise agreement, in operation for only 1 year, but for the master license, the master licensing don't need to be only 1 year. You just do it after the getting your IP rights. Just do it, start do it whenever you want. And it compulsory for the being registered with a competent authority. That is a very, very important key point. Making a lot of people following the master license rather than the franchise. That is in terms of franchise, it is compulsory for you to get approval from authority, right? And it then is require you to follow step by step to disclose a lot of information. Disclose the financial ability, disclose the number of the franchisees. But for the master licensing, people don't need to register. It means that it's simple, right? That the work between the franchisor and franchisee don't need approval of Vietnamese authority. But later on, I will tell you what is the risk for that, right? Easier, quicker, easier. It means that it should be very challenging later as well, right? And the level of technical support by the licensor or franchisor it is very high. In terms of franchise agreement, is very high because the franchisor must provide it to ensure that the new system operates consistently with the franchise system. So, but in terms of master license, it is quite low. Even in many cases, there is no technical support. That is under the law only. So the law applicable for the franchise agreement, that is the commercial law, and for the master license, that is the intellectual property law. So why master licensing? I said to you, because it no need to get approval from authority, no disclosure agreement, no financial statement, no annual report when required. In Vietnam, if you have any change to the franchise agreement, you need to make the report to the authority annually. And even after getting approval, you need to make a report annually to the authority as well. But a lot of franchisors from overseas forgot this. So I think that you should take note on this. Normally people forgot, and could be under maybe the penalty if the authority take a note on this. In Vietnam, authority maybe not monitor every day, but sometimes they check it and investigate it. So if they realize that you lack of the duties on the franchise duties, then something happens. So penalties, what activities under the chances sanctions like this? So doing franchise business without sufficient condition as required, franchising on the goods and service valid from business, violating the obligation to provide information in the commercial franchise activities specified in the decree. That is the things you should check with a lawyer about the required articles in the agreement, franchise agreement, and also providing dishonest information on the introduction of the franchise. Like I said to you, the disclosure documents is very important in the dossier for franchise approval in Vietnam. If you provide any dishonest or incorrect information, to persuade the franchisees to buy the busy system, then it could be a factor to terminate the contract later. So that is the thing you should take a note on this. And also not paying tax in accordance with the law, but not to the extent of being damaged by liability, being failure to comply with the requirements of the competent state agency when conducting inspection and violating other provisions. So what is the penalty for that? So that you can see the fines imposed on the violating franchise activity in Vietnam, a fine between $45 to $2,400 US. That is in terms of financial penalty. But for the remedy, I think this is more important, like forced submission of the illicit benefits gained from the committing acts on the violation specified in this article, a lot of people follow the model of master licensing. Why lawfully? That should be the franchise. If Vietnamese authority recognize and do the inspection, investigation to see that master licensing must be franchise, then you can face a remedy here. You could got the penalty for that. So if anyone prefer master licensing, you should take note on that. Take note on the risk of the financial issue. Remedy could be applied to them in the future if Vietnamese authorities realize that. So I think that master licensing faster, easier, but a lot of risk in the future. So if you have enough of time and financial, I think you should follow the model of franchise rather than the master licensing. The reason people don't want that, people just focus on the master licensing with that financial statement. They don't want to tell, and also they don't have they don't want people know a lot about their system. So like being a franchisee, we worry about that, right? So practice while setting up a franchise in Vietnam. So you should select select between the franchise and master licensing. What is the option, and know about the advantage and disadvantage of the selection as well. And the bank transfer, in Vietnam, the bank transfer to overseas from franchisee to franchisor is not easy at all. So if the bank a lot of banks don't allow to send the money until the franchise agreement get approval from the authority. So you just sign the contract, you wait for and you put the term like after signing the contract like 5 or 7 days, you need to receive the deposit. So it could be challenging for the Vietnamese franchisees. So that is the thing you should take a note. And maybe another bank raised the question. It should be the franchise, not the master licensing, because a lot of people follow the model of master licensing to avoid the law restriction. So the bank could raise the question. It should be the franchise. So bank transfer could be an issue later on. And that the third one, the legal requirement on the compulsory articles on the franchise agreement. There are a lot of compulsory articles on the agreement, so you should check it. Make sure that the franchise include that articles. And the first on the take a note on the IP enforcement. In Vietnam, we have a full law of IP, but the things like the many countries that the enforcement is not very high like the other one. So that is a thing you should consider as well. The dispute a lot of times in terms of COVID, there are a lot of dispute between the franchisor and franchisees. So normally, a lot of people franchisee in Vietnam, they try because they lack of knowledge of law, So sometimes somehow they try to break the contract after 1 or 2 years of cooperation. So that I think that are the things you should take care when drafting the agreement. And the first one, the compensation. Compensation in Vietnam, in Singapore, maybe it depends on the agreement, maybe. But in Vietnam, the compensation should be based on the actual damage. So in you need to prove it in the actual damage. And in terms of IP, right? I see that a lot of IP, the franchisor forgot registering the IP right before doing the franchise licensing in Vietnam. So I think that you should do the IP rights registration first before doing the franchise in Vietnam. And also don't forget to one requirement that Vietnamese authority require you to get their approval before you granting the franchise business in Vietnam to franchisees. And first one, maybe because normally Singapore and Vietnam, for example, franchisor from Singapore grant the franchise system to franchisee in Vietnam. It means that you need to have the support from lawyer from Singapore here and also lawyer from Vietnam to have a review on that. Singapore lawyer draft the agreement very well, so you can base on that. But somehow you need to have a review, a list from Vietnamese lawyer side. Also, making the strict and anti-competitive regulation after terminating the franchise agreement. So during the period of franchise, I think you did very well in terms of regulation on the franchise agreement. But I think that you should focus on what shall happen after the contract, the franchise agreement terminated. So to avoid the possible competitors after the termination like that. And in terms of contract, I think selecting the jurisdictions in case of legal dispute is very important. Normally, I think I see in the contract of franchise from Singapore to Vietnam, I see that normally people prefer the application in Singapore, and in case of any legal dispute, how that is work, then it should be bring to the Singapore application. Then after the orders is issued, we need to that order shall be awarded into Vietnam through the court. So I think that it takes very long time. So somehow we have very good application in Vietnam too. So you can consider to select between Singapore application and also Vietnam application as well, to shorten the time in terms of legal dispute. Case of successful and unsuccessful brands. I think case of successful and unsuccessful brands here, we just focus on the legal views, not on the business view line which we have said with you. So you can see that among 100% of franchise in Vietnam, Singapore take their major part. Singapore account for 16% of the total franchise number in Vietnam. So I think that you making the key role in the franchise model in Vietnam, because I see that a lot of even the franchise from US, UK, they see open the franchise, master franchise in Singapore first, then they grant the franchise in Vietnam later. So make a franchise, Singapore become the major part of franchise in Vietnam. Case successful of Kinderland, we can see that because we see that Kinderland they had the IP rights protections available, and also the few of franchise education like the education in Vietnam is very important, because every family in Vietnam they focus on they take care of the kids future a lot. So spend a lot of money on education. And the third one, that is the franchise agreement is reviewed by two law firms, both in Vietnam and Singapore, like I said to you. And the first one, the standard operating procedure is clearly. And the first one that is closely supporting and especially in the initial years during the COVID time like this. And the case of unsuccessful brand, there's one famous Korean franchise in Vietnam during COVID time. I think that they are failure because of the contract doesn't match between Vietnamese and English version. You see, to do the franchise in Vietnam, the franchise agreement must be in Vietnamese too. So a lot of franchisor and franchisees typically the franchisor just focus on the English version, and they forgot about the Vietnamese version too. So in terms of the articles, they don't make the solution in terms of the misunderstanding between Vietnamese version and English version. So for Vietnamese court, if the case is brought to Vietnamese court shall decide based on the Vietnamese agreement only. So that is the thing. I think that you should, when you drafting the franchise agreement, you should insert what is the language shall be selected in terms of difference between Vietnamese and English. So that I think that to avoid the fight, to avoid the dispute, and the two parties couldn't come to an agreement on the sort of materials. You can see that in terms of franchise, the franchisor also earn money from the materials as well, and they want to control every material to the franchisees. So, but during in terms of the COVID times, the franchisees see that even they see that they can prepare their own materials on the same source, some same provider. But later on, the franchisor recognize that and force them to stop it. So that then the dispute happening under Vietnamese law. You have a right to force the franchisees to buy material from you, but when they have no choice. But it means that depends on what type of materials, not all. So the things you should focus that on the materials, make very clear on materials, what can be provided by you, what can't, and be ready in the future that it can be the point the franchisee used to attack you when necessary. And the franchisee were not supported during the COVID times. That is the final slide about my presentation about franchise in Vietnam. I hope that you can have a little basic information about franchise in Vietnam. And if you have any question, please ask me. I feel free to answer. Thank you for listening. Please.
Yeah, a couple of questions. You mentioned that you need registration for before you start your franchise activities. So let's say if you have not registered your franchise yet, please you start marketing the franchise opportunity right now.
It's okay.
It's okay, right?
Yeah. It's okay. The registration required when you officer granting, but and the advertisement is okay.
Yeah, so you can promote your
franchise. That is.
Second question is because you mentioned about registration of IP rights. Because of course the trademarks is the most.
That's place.
In Vietnam, typically how long it takes to register your trademark?
It takes about under law.
Yeah.
It takes about 12 months. But actually, in practical, it takes about 60 to 80 months at least.
Yeah, that's what.
In Singapore, you see, it takes very short time in Singapore to get the IP rights, but in Vietnam, it takes a long time, even 2 years.
So one last question related to the registration, because it takes about 16. In reality, it's for 16 to 18 months to register. So let's say you start your franchise, you already filed for your trademark registration. registration, but it's not approved yet.
Mhm.
Can you still start franchising?
Yes,
Yeah.
in Vietnam, IP rights is optional, not compulsory
Okay.
in the franchise agreement.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
some other countries require you to register.
Yeah, like Thailand, we require that. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
please.
Can you go back a few slides? I saw you mentioned something there about local taste. Can you enhance about that? Because you're saying we need to
Stop it when that slide comes.
adapting themselves to local, no, adapting themselves to local taste and behaviors versus systematic and scientific. We're brands, right? So
Yeah.
when you say adapt to local taste, what do you mean?
I think the things I avoid to tell about this because it's so business. You see, because I see that in Vietnam, like Starbucks, even the Starbucks not doing franchise like the way we talk in terms of laws. But when they do it to Vietnam, they still judge or buy the raw materials from Vietnam to make it more maybe suitable to Vietnamese consumer. You know, that is the thing. The adapting themselves to the local taste. Yeah.
You mentioned the education sector was slightly complicated because of the requirements for facilities.
Yeah.
Is that applicable to a certain age group? Is it more for like older school children, or does it also apply to the younger age preschool sector?
All sectors.
Also,
As long as it's the 80%, so all requirements are the same. Yeah. It could be different in terms of facility, but requires still a lot of requirements.
is there is it under a decree? Where can we find the guidelines for that?
Under law, yeah. So what maybe what is our sectors in terms of education?
Preschool.
Preschool, okay. So where do we want to open, in Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City?
Hanoi.
Hanoi, okay.
Yeah, so we were after more of the criteria. I mean, obviously finding the partner, and we expect that they would also know. But we would also like to understand the criteria to make sure that our work is
Okay. You can leave my contact and we can send you the guide on that as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, if licensing can circumvent, you know, all this so-called red tape on franchising, wouldn't the government be aware that some franchisors actually disguise themselves by offering licensing agreements?
No, I think government know, but don't have enough time to investigate. Because with the help of lawyers, we can because some of lawyers know about the difference between franchise and agreement and master licensing. We try to maybe separate the franchise agreement into two type agreements. Agreement on the business support should be in another paper. So to avoid the fact that when the authority check it, we can get over it.
Yeah, even the transfer of know-how and all, you can
That is-
separate into several
Yeah.
agreements.
That they may be, then we need to structure it.
Just joking, you have to drop the agreements like.
Right? So we were expecting just 100 people because we were charging like, you know, US $50, but it turned out that 500 people turned up and we had to tell the hotel to give us the ballroom, you know, so it was very interesting. So we thought maybe it was a fluke. That's my booth during the first show in 2005. And then a lot of publicity was generated due to the franchise event. And I'm sure people who are from Vietnam will know that 2005, franchising is actually a very foreign word. People don't know what franchising is all about. It's just like China. When I first went there in 1989, people say, why do franchisees have to pay the franchisor when the franchisee is promoting the franchisor's brand name? You know, they don't understand. No, but anyway, it has boomed franchising. So much so that we did a second one with Satra. Again, it's a huge conglomerate. Okay, it's a Saigon trading company. And again, the turnout was fantastic. So we have big brands like Chongwin Coffee, we have Pho24, all coming to speak. Okay, of course, now there are a lot more local brands. Okay, so these are all those things. Okay, so without further ado, because the stars for this session will be these two franchisors from Singapore who have ventured into Vietnam. Okay, wow, my eyesight, now that I'm 66, I have to go nearer to read. Okay, Wendy Fu, the MD of Brian's Grocery. Now, she's a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in media, sales, marketing, and corporate development. She built a successful career in Hong Kong and China. Wow, Ohan, yeah. She held senior core management positions in the top media, internet technology, and digital services companies. In 2015, she launched Brian's Grocery, Singapore's premium alternative gourmet, organic, gluten-free, allergen-free, and preservative-free specialty food store. I need to buy those stuff from you now. She said enough. Okay, I suppose you can read, but basically this to tell you that she's very established. You know, her company has won awards from the World Gourmet Summit and from Tatler. Do you appear in Tatler a lot?
No.
One of the Tai-Tais?
No, unfortunately not.
And of course, she's one of my co-partner in the Franchising Association as EXCO member. So that's her. Now I will introduce Zhong Hao, right? Where's my, okay. Okay, Zhong Hao, oh no, wait, sorry. Some more advertisement for Wendy. You see Wendy's real, this is real, it's not, her stores in Vietnam, okay? So you can see it's really nice. Okay, how do you pronounce the Q-U-A-Y and T-H-I-T? Quay. Oh, okay, Quay. Actually, like even Trung Nguyen, when I first went to Vietnam, I pronounce it as Trung Nguyen. They said, no, it's Trung Nguyen. I said, how come TR is ch and not, you know? But anyway, so we need to learn when we go to a new place. So this is, you know, very successful second store in Vietnam. Okay, now this handsome man, Zhong Hao. Of course, you can read again, but basically, I had a hand in bringing Pasta Mania to Bangladesh, right? We also act as brokers. So Zhong Hao is also very successful. He was APMEA specialist in international sales, business development, franchising, FMCG, blah, blah, blah. And then his direct experience covers the region with strong insights into the emerging economies in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, etc. Okay, he's instrumental in expanding Pasta Mania and this gelato brand called Gelato Fix, into many countries. So we have two very you know, experienced hands here. They will be telling you real stuff, not theory. Just like my good friend Trevor later will be telling you real battle stories, right? Okay, we go straight into the subject matter. So today we are talking about Singapore brands that have successfully entered Vietnam. Okay, we start with the lady, Wendy. So for you to have gone into Vietnam and having opened 2 stores in 2 different cities, can you share with us what are the things that you have done right? What are your key success factors?
I guess most important, number one, get a right consultant to help you get through it. Although he wasn't the one doing the deal for us before I know him. Yeah, you need to really get your things right. I think this morning you'll go through the legal side and stuff, right? So I think all this you have to get that clear through. That is very important. If you get that right, I guess what comes next is I think a lot easier. Maybe 50% effort after that. If you don't get it right, I think a lot of things couldn't work through. The next thing I think most important is a partner. So don't rush into it. Get the right partner, someone with like-minded of yourself, someone who believe or have the same passion. I think that is the key to start a franchisee program down the road. Without this, I think without this, I have a lot of people approach us. How we started was, actually we are a very small little shop. Okay, we didn't expect that we're going to this business, but we started because two of my, the Ho Chi Minh and the Hanoi one, both of them are my customers in Singapore. So a lot of foreigners do come to Singapore for medical reasons. So they have been coming here, they come to my shop because we are the only organic butchery. In fact, we are still is. My things are fully certified. My facilities are certified. In fact, we're the only one in the region with an ACO, the Australian certified. So they come, they buy, they hand carry back. I also have a lot of people from different countries. They come regularly on business trip. I think some of them are Caucasians also, because I can tell from the name. They will order online and expect us to send to the hotel and bring back. So that's how we started with my 2 franchisees. So they are my customers. They believe in us. They keep coming, and then keep telling us to open a shop. And it was like, oh, Vietnam, how to do it? So we end up getting people to advise. Eventually, we were told that maybe we should start a franchise, start a franchise program. That would be an easier way, because then we can control the quality and what they're selling inside the store. So that's how we started. So I guess very important is your partner. Just like I mentioned, I got 2 partners, right? My Ho Chi Minh has started. My Hanoi is actually the first one. They are the one who've been calling me for years to get it done. They signed the deal, they gave me all the money, but we haven't started today. Because they are so rich, they don't know what to do. That's the problem. I think that's another one very important. Your partner must be willing to work. Yeah. Although my current one in Ho Chi Minh, they also own organic veggie farm, but they are willing to work. But for her, it's like she's this family who owns a lot of things. They own a lot of brands, cars, everything they have. But they just not working. They expect you to run everything. It's like, I don't work for you. They expect you to run everything for them. Even to GM, I said, let's interview together. I can help you because it's part of our program. I will go down, interview your key person. Very important, right? That's step 1. The key person, you get the right person, then we will start. But of course, although they used to live in Singapore, they used to study in Singapore, but then they just couldn't get us the right candidate. So until today, we didn't start. They did start many other programs with a lot of people, but they all failed within 3-6 months. Yeah, they did bring in Liho, a lot of brands they brought in. I know them like 5 years now. They bring in a lot of brands, but they always fail because they just don't get it. But until today, we're still talking. Yeah, every year she will come a few times. We're still talking about how to start. To me, it's very important location. To them also, because it's like your partner may want to do it because they have a building. Right? They're like, oh, I have a building, I want to do this, you come do this building, but it's not a right location. It doesn't work. So these are very important. So you just have to stand firm. So what is in a good district? I keep telling that the logistics doesn't work because I'm dealing with meat and butchery. The logistics doesn't work. You just cannot, do that kind of stuff because you think about the truck, the cold trucks and everything. I mean, to them, it's, oh, it's okay, take a bite, the kind of stuff. Then, no, for us, we see this as to be a cold truck for delivery. So stand firm, so we stay firm. So until today, we haven't started. So we're thinking maybe next year, then we revisit and then we'll help them to look into it. So partners very important.
Okay, same question for Chong Hao.
Okay, sir. So before I continue, maybe just share a little bit about Pastamania, where I'm from, because some of you might be unfamiliar. So besides Singapore, we are also in other countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Kuwait, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So, and just now speaking about Bangladesh, so give a personal shout out to Albert again. He was the one who introduced the Bangladesh partner for us. Yeah, so that was a very, very quality contact. So for those of you who are interested in expanding overseas via the franchise model, not just to Vietnam, but other countries, Albert, he's your guy.
I've got ang pao for him.
Okay, so what was done right? So maybe I will talk on the 2 parts which Wendy also shared. The first one is the business regulation in Vietnam. First of all, the trademark, IP, domain, and also the franchise has to be registered with the Ministry of Industry and Trade in Vietnam. So that one, I mean, initially when we started the process, they asked us a lot of things and certain information that we disclosed, I mean, quite a little bit sensitive, but we realized that in order to move forward, I mean, we have to submit all those documents, and the process actually took quite a while. So thankfully, before we really start to market the Pastamania brand in Vietnam, the registration part has already been done. So I guess that that gives a confidence to the partners that you're talking, because they will be asking, hey, have you done this already? And we can answer confidently, yes. So besides that, right, the second point, which is very important, is our partner. So before we got our current partner, so initially we managed to get in touch with a second generation in Vietnam. So he just graduated and his father was like, hey, you want to try on this business because they are in business. So his father also wanted to give him some real life business experiences. So just to share, right, we are fine with accepting a young second generation out of school as our franchise partner. But the thing is that we are looking for drive, resource, and the ability to scale out the brand. So, however, as we get to have more and more discussions, we realize that this guy, I mean, quite a young chap, I mean, even though he's interested in the brand because he studied in Singapore, so he wanted to bring the back to Vietnam and share it with everybody. However, that time he expressed interest that he only just wants to open 1 or 2 stores. So for us in the F&B market, right, 1 or 2 stores, I mean, that's not where the money is. For us, especially Pastamania, we are looking for a chain restaurant because at least 5 or 6, that's where you see the economies of scales that you can cut down on your, you fully utilize your manpower and also the ingredients. So that being the reason, because he only just wanted to open 1 or 2 to give it a try. So sadly, we had to make the tough decision of saying no to him. So our next partner, right, spent around 1 to 2 years to find him. So initially, I mean, due to some business operation issues, so it was a no-go first. But and I think that for the Vietnamese market, right, I mean, for us Singaporeans and maybe for the Western side, we are very straightforward. Black is black, white is white. But for Vietnam and Southeast Asia, right, I would say the businessmen, or not just businessmen, maybe normal people, they are more relationship based. So my Vietnam partner back then, he had some concerns about our business operation, certain part whereby he wouldn't share. So at that moment, it was no go, but then we managed to keep in touch with him from time to time. He also come back to Singapore, so we have a few dinners with him, and gradually he started to open up. He said that, oh, it's regarding the importation of items into Vietnam. So and back then, we saw that he has a very good track record in Vietnam. He has opened up quite a few of his own restaurants. So in certain way, we offered certain concession with him. So we adapt to the needs of the local customers. So give it another 6 to 9 months, we came down to the discussion table again. And okay, this time around is a go ahead. So we signed the contract back in 2017, and then we opened up the few stores afterwards. So sadly to say, right, during the COVID period, we have to make the tough decision of closing a few stores to sustain the business. Yeah. So this is just to share the what was done right in terms of the regulation and partner.
Very good. I thought I would just comment on this thing called partnership. I think a lot of us, who have been around, we know that not just, in a particular country, but all over the world, there will be big companies who are what we call brand collectors. They like to collect brands because why? They have locations, So just be very careful because even in, we have got one experience with Spinelli Coffee, whereby, father and son who own spaces in some of the malls in the GCC, they came, and after spending 4 days with them, etc., running through numbers and all, they signed the MOU, but they went back. They realized that their daughter discussed with another coffee brand, and then they came to say, oh, sorry, my daughter happened to sign another one already. So, one of the things we do as consultant, and some of my clients are here, is in terms of selecting franchisee, we actually go through a very tough so-called evaluation of the franchisee. We go through all sorts of questions. For example, when we did for Mind Champs, and I think there's some education players here, You know, so one of the things we discuss other than money, qualification, can they get this kind of principals? Can they get this kind of teachers? So one of the things we realize, at least for Mind Champs, is they don't care whether you are related to the Prime Minister or you have the best location. You know, if you don't have children, you're out. You know, so they have a score sheet, like money, how many points out of 100 points, you know, location, you know, dedication. Do you have competing brands? You'll be surprised. Some people already have a chicken brand, let's say from America, then they go to Korea, they want another chicken brand. So if you are a franchisor, say, so where's your loyalty? I mean, you know, both are chicken, you know, etc., etc. So actually going through very thoroughly what are the important things, not just the money, not just the reputation, not just the locations that they have access to, but the other important things, like in the case of Mind Champs, whether you have children, do you understand children, right? You know, and then of course there are some which is a little bit off tangent, but it's important to the franchisor, right? We have one client who said, hey, we only want to deal with Christians. I'm sure you know one of the most famous brands in America is Chick-fil-A. They only choose Christians, but they cannot publicly say that because of diversity, right? It's against the law. But because they don't open on Sundays. But do you know what? They are even more profitable than McDonald's because their franchisees are so driven, even though they only open 6 days a week. Yeah. So I've been trying to bring them here, but they say they want to concentrate on Anglo-Saxon countries first, for whatever reason. Okay, so we go to the next question. What, of course, you know, nothing is perfect. So like in Wendy's, you know, and Zhong Hao's case, there will be challenges, right? For example, your Hanoi one, maybe because they are so rich, you know, they have other priorities and money is small change for them. So, you know, this could be one of the challenges, but share with us what other challenges you have.
Well, I guess it depends on your business model. I think for ours, because it's a grocery store, you're talking about like thousands of SKU. And then a lot of things, because we don't sell things that you can find in a supermarket, because we are clean food. So in Vietnam, a lot of these foods are not there. Like for us, we import from Australia. So which means they have to buy from, we have an office in Australia. So they're supposed to buy from Australia office to Vietnam. So there are many types of players in Vietnam, I guess you guys know. Some of them can buy things through different channels. But because for us, my partners well, he's a powerful person in a way, the one in Ho Chi Minh. So he also wants to go do things on the correct way. So we take a very long time to register each SKU, each product with the authority to pass through the customs. So these are some of the things. It depends on business model. That's my business model. So it makes it very difficult for us. But we cleared that. It took a long time, a long process, but we cleared that. So things are a lot easier now. But of course, I also give them a lot of freedom. Just sidetrack a bit. I actually opened my first store in 2019 December. Okay, my flagship store there. It was actually the one bigger than my Great Old City. My Great Old City was opened the next month after, in January 2020. So after I opened their store, I opened my store. It was Chinese New Year, and then it's COVID hit. They closed by much earlier. They locked down in March. So I have not seen them till today. I have not seen them. I have not seen my store till today. I mean, they work very hard. You know, a lot of things. So we give them a lot of freedom to play with the stock, what they want to do. So because he owns organic farm veggies. So he has a lot of fresh produce. So it became a key item besides the meats. A lot of the dry goods, initially we managed to ship from Singapore down, but of course we need to do a lot of clearance. I don't know how they did it, but they did a lot of clearance, but eventually we stopped. So we try to find distributor in Vietnam to help them to source for goods. So instead of buying direct from me, because the volume is not big, we ask them, we go through like third-party consolidator to help them to do it. So these are some of the key challenges that we face. I think the next thing is that how are you going to manage, for me, because it's a grocery store, right? I need to manage what they sell inside the store. Make sure that they stay true to what my brand calls for. But they're also based on the trust, I believe. So these are the things that we foresee. We see a lot of issues. And because COVID hit, so it was a hard time for them, but they're very nice family. They did a lot of things, believe like us. We do a lot of autism fundraising. They did a lot of things. They were huge at that time, I remember. Although they were closed for months, they were giving away rice every day in a small pack. So every day they give away 100 packets of rice and some veggies. So people with motorbike come by, just grab. You know, they were very nice, and then they service the rich, but then they still give out to the poor. But things didn't work well for the first store. We opened the second one in December, even haven't been down, they went to open, but because it's still a lockdown, I can't go down. Because we decided to close the first one. The first one was a bit too big for them. The restaurant couldn't operate because it was difficult. And then, you know, they have chef changes. You know, after a while, taste different. They also realized, and because you're on the verge of District 1 and 3, so they rely a lot of, consider CBD, they rely on office card, and also they decided it was too expensive. Most of their customers come from District 2 anyway. Okay, this is one of the issue too. I wanted District 2, okay? Was District 2 is a must, 7 is the secondary, but they insist on District 1. And then same thing, my key challenges, they signed the deal first. But it wasn't that bad also because it was in a lot of service apartment, a lot of Somerset, everybody was around there, so it wasn't that bad. I said expatriate crowd, but not good enough. You know, once COVID hit, a lot of people are gone, you know, so these are one of the key things. So I think the next thing is how to manage them. Besides language, we don't talk about language now. This is definitely an issue. How to manage them, I think that is a very difficult position. And I know every nationality has a different character. So I guess, you know, Vietnamese also, you know, they are not easy to work with also. You know, they have their own belief in things, and you know, there are certain ways that take time to change. So of course, they will tell you they know better than you. I mean, which is true, of course, they know their market better than me, right? Yeah, so we have to work very closely to convince each other. I know this, you know that. So let's put them together, we work it out. You know, for example, over here, we help them how to work with all the online players, which they were not aware of. So these are the things that we try to connect them, you know, teach them what to do and stuff like that. Then they realize, oh yeah, that's true. You know the local system, but I also know the international players. So we put them together, things probably will work better. So I think key challenge is still the working relationship. I think that's the key one. Other than that, we talk about the legal matters. I think, you know, that is beyond after solving these other working ones. Yeah. So I think there's another thing. My company always think that should we put a person there? You put a person there, things of course is a lot better. But then we did talk about that. We wanted to do that, and then the person can run, you know, different cities. We also have another city was meant to start the last 2 years, but things didn't work out because of COVID. But eventually, I guess Vietnam is really a big market. You know, I don't know when was your last time. I haven't been there since 2009 December. It's a big market. I used to live in China, so I see Vietnam very much like China in the early days. Even the young people, the spending power has changed. You can see in China say, you know, cannot spend power. I know the spending power low is low. Those can spend can really spend, right? I mean, even Singapore maybe cannot afford. I used to work in China. My staff every day comes with the Starbucks. I'm like, wow, it's a lot of money actually. You know, again, I mean, every morning they have to come out of the Starbucks. You know, which is part of the, after lunch they come back to the Starbucks. So like, okay. So, you know, the spending power is there. Those can spend, can really spend. So the market is definitely there. But I guess it's how you position and how to capture them. So the next thing is partners, really. Partners is still the very key matters. Yeah.
Okay, to share some of the key challenges, right, I would say, firstly is regarding the importation. So for us, right, for PastaMania, the franchisee, they have to import the tomato sauces from us to their country. This is to ensure the consistency in taste, so that regardless of whether you're in Brunei, Malaysia, Vietnam, the taste of the pasta is consistent. So this is also one of the points that the franchisees get the franchise system from us. So for that, right, initially back then, our franchisee, he doesn't have any experience with importation at all. So for the other franchisees, right, when we tell them that, hey, look, you need to import this from us, they will just do it on their own. But this Vietnam partner, so he didn't say it up front, but he was implied that, okay, I know we need to import and I need you to solve this for us. If not, we are not going to sign the contract. So back then, had to roll out my sleeves, and like what Wendy did, I mean, check with my contacts. We arranged meetings with a few distributors and also logistic agents. So the first one, this logistic agent, she said that, okay, we can import these items from Singapore to Vietnam for you, but this will be going via this special route. So that means it will be unofficial. And then after the meeting, I'm glad our franchisee told me this. He said, hey, look, I'm not comfortable with doing this. We have to find another way. So, I mean, I was also very happy to hear that he said this, because for our company, right, one of our 7 IPs is integrity. So, I agree with him and say that, okay, we cannot go via this route. So, we spent another 3 or 4 months, right? And in the end, we found another local distributors who's able to import the items from Singapore to Vietnam. So just like what Wendy did, right? We didn't sell it directly to our franchisee. We sell it to the local importers in Vietnam, and they sell it to our franchise partners. So this is one of the key challenges. The second is back then in 2017, I'm coming this from Pastamania, a Italian or Western cuisine. Back then, 2017, Western cuisine wasn't so popular back then. Vietnamese generally were exposed more to Asian cuisines like Chinese, Thai, Japanese, and Korean. So when we opened Pastamania, right, initially, wow, when we opened, there's a boom. Everybody started coming. But after 1-2 months, right, the crowd started to die down a little bit, and we know that we need to do something. So I would say we had to do a lot of promotions to expose people to pasta. And also in terms of the menu, we did some local customization. Because, for example, if there's a couple, husband and wife, they are coming with their kid and with their parents, right? Normally, the younger folks, they are okay with Western cuisines. But the older folks, right, they want like Asian cuisine, like rice, fried rice or something. So back then, our franchisee told us this, because we didn't have any rice items, so the couple would listen to their parents and not dine in at Pastamania. So we included 1 to 2 rice dishes in our menu, so that attracted more of the older folks. So that was the first point. The second is that even though after that we did a lot of marketing promotions to educate the Vietnamese market about pasta, I mean, certain more things needs to be done. So that was when I shared this, and our franchisee told us this. Vietnamese generally like Korean, Thai, Japanese cuisine. So I shared this feedback with my R&D chef. So we told them that we need to come up with certain kinds of Asian fusion pasta and also pizza as well. So we dig out a few items like kimchi pasta, tonkatsu pizza, and so on. So we introduced this to the market, not just only in Vietnam, but also to the other franchise networks like Cambodia, Kuwait, and so on. And this was quite a success. So that promotion, we call it the Asian Inspired Promotion 1. So after that, there was 2, and then there was 3. So I would say these are some of the key challenges that we face and what we did to overcome. The other thing, like when they shared that, is about the language part, and also there's a term which is called out of sight, out of mind. So for us, right, we had to do quite frequent visits to the country itself to talk with the franchisee, because if not just for the Vietnam franchisee or Vietnam market, right? For franchisees in general, if they don't see you, you don't communicate to them, they will start to do their own thing. So for Vietnam, had to make quite a frequent trips. That time pre-COVID, I was making at least 2 to 3 trips per year to visit our Vietnamese franchisee. Yeah. So these are just some of the things.
Thank you. So maybe we can say that, you know, because we're dealing with human beings, you know, so you need a lot of tech, you know, but at the same time, because in a franchise, consistency, you know, is very important. You cannot say close one eye. You know, you don't want to go into a McDonald's in a country and then, you know, they sell char kway teow, right? I mean, so anyway, a lot more things to share. In view of the time we have, we move on first and then we will round up afterwards. So now that we have shared about the challenges, especially dealing with your franchisee, you know, even expectations, yeah, all these things are very important. Let's now talk about the success factors. Okay, again, you know, maybe we'll start with Wendy. What are some of the factors that can sort of help you to ensure that you continue or your franchisee continue to grow in Vietnam?
I don't know whether we are successful or not. Probably not when it comes to monetary term for us. Okay, because the store was open during COVID, right? The 2 stores, so they also have their hard time. And of course, like a lot of countries, there are double books or stuff like that. We don't know lah. So some things like that, you just take it a pinch of salt. You have to be really nice and be understanding. Okay, during this period. So, but I mean, regardless of that, my franchisee has done a very good job. They have a steady group of followers. I think our brand awareness, which they've done a good job. I think my brand awareness has something we gain, and its entity, I think, is pretty strong. I think sales-wise is back to how we're going to help them. It's actually my problem, I put it that way. Because the last 2 years, there's nothing much we can do, and we didn't do much. So we want to go back and help them. But I'm very happy that they stay true. You know, they decided to move from a big one to a small. They opened a second one and then closed the bigger one, you know, because the second one can service the people in other districts too. So these are the things, you know, we work on, and I'm very happy. I think this is, I still consider it as a success for us, that, you know, during COVID, my brand still stays. The store is still there, and we still have a group of loyal customers that follow us. I think a lot of Singaporeans go down, always like to take a picture and send me. I was like, okay, I haven't been inside. Can you go inside, take me a video? No, even you appoint someone locally to do your audit, right? Their standard and our standard are different. You know, you ask them to check this, and they take a picture. Okay, maybe he goes in, he tells the guy, I can't do audit. You know, of course, it's cleaner. You know, so you know, things you have to do it yourself sometimes. But we have not done it. So yeah, but I still think that, you know, whatever reports comes back, you know, they are still good ones. So I believe in the next 2 years will be better. You know, I'm glad I have good partners, put it that way. Yeah.
Okay, so for the success factor, what I would say is that for us, it's about giving them support more and more and more, because it's like, I mean, to be honest, I mean, during the past 2 years in COVID, I mean, it was very hard to give our franchisees support. So one of the key success factor is that, I mean, to ensure continued growth in the market, well, I mean, for F&B in general, we always have to innovate new menu, new items, and so on. Besides this, right, I guess that it's about keeping the relationship warm and alive, because it's like, maybe for some franchisees, I mean, as times goes by longer, they can do everything on their own. Oh, so maybe you will get a little bit complacent and say that, hey, okay, they are doing fine on their own, they don't need us anymore. But then I think that for a proper franchise relationship, right, even though they are doing fine, they can do everything on their own, from time to time, you still need to go and check in on them, keep the relationship warm, and also frequent trips to the country to see them in person is very important. Yeah, so these are my points.
Brilliant. I think after we will go back to some basics, because I mean, all of us are, as businessmen, we know that your basics must be right. You know, when your basics are right, then everything else is smoother and more firm, right? Okay, last but not least, we'll talk about some of the possible pitfalls and tips, you know, in running a franchise or having franchisees in different parts of the world, especially in Vietnam in this case.
I guess it's be very sure before you expand or overexpand. You know, a lot of people, they approach us. It's like, okay, you know, no problem, renovate. They can start and send my goods. It's possible, but then will they able to manage to really, you know, bring on the brand and continue to service the market? I guess this is the expansion is. I think for some business you need a lot. You know, for us also, we actually have numbers that is feasible. We have to start. Then is economy of skills. But at the same time, I guess is that if you expand too fast, there's another issue also, whether we can really manage them or not. And the next thing also back to, I guess, is the people you work with, and like you said, a lot of communications. You know, sometimes we are so busy, you tend to forget about them. I mean to be fair, everybody, to be a franchising business, it's not that we give you a lot of money, but it's good for you to tap the market, to bring your brand and stuff like that. You know, I know even within our EXCO, some of them were saying, oh, it's so much work, you know, but you know, the return is not that big. maybe I should put my energy here and just in Singapore, then forget about other countries. But sometimes it's important because it's about your brand awareness, your global presence, it makes the company look different. So I guess expansion plan is very important. See, I mean, we can expand open 10, 20 easily, but the matter is that, the fountain matters. Can you get it right? Can you bring back, because it can actually pull you down very badly. Because one store perform badly, they give a different concept from your original, then the whole things can change. The whole ball game can change for the whole company. The next thing is about the tips. As I said before, invest a lot of money and time, get consultants, get good lawyers, When we started, we met, people introduced, we go in, okay, we met local law firms and this and that, but make sure you get the right one. Because it's very important. Documents are very important. If not, you keep submitting ding dong back and flow. Get your documents right, get all the regulations right, all these things are very important. So most important, must really invest in your time. Don't just rush into it. Yeah. So a lot of people define franchising program in a different manner. I would suggest, if you have not attended the course, please attend our course. As a franchisee and a franchisor. So you must understand as a franchisee what they're supposed to do too. So that course is very good, and I really recommend. Most of my staff attended the course, yeah. So I think that's very important, yeah.
Okay. So I think most of the point what Wendy has already shared. So let me just give some quick summary. So for one of the tips, right, I think that invest in a good lawyer and consultant, because for the franchise agreement, right, that is very, very important, because it's like once that has been signed on, right, the franchisee cannot like say, oh, hey, you didn't told me that there's a need for this, need for that. Then what I will always say that, hey, you can check on the franchise agreement that we signed. Under the obligation of the franchisee, right, you are responsible to do this and that, this and that, this and that. So that is very important. So maybe instead of franchise, right, let me just share some possible potentials and also pitfalls in Vietnam. So I was in Vietnam last month for a franchise trip, because for those 2 years, I mean, we haven't seen our partners. So these are just some key observations that I noticed from the market. So over the past 2 years, right, a lot of those smaller businesses, especially F&B, they have closed down. But the funny thing is that in those shopping malls right now, we are trying to find new spaces. They are all full. But then for the standalone stores, there's a lot of empty spaces. Then when I was there, I saw that, wow, there was a lot of constructions going on for those spaces. So I would say that in terms of getting a new space in the standalone store, right, there's an opportunity now, and this is the time. The other thing is that, I mean, during those past few years, right, you see that there's a lot of more of those global companies like maybe Apple, Samsung going into the Vietnam market. So I mean, that's good and bad. Firstly, right, I mean, the good thing is that they bring in money to the country, so and they increase their salary, so the spending power will also be higher. Whereas the other negative point that I will see is that the manpower cost for businesses in Vietnam will be getting higher. So based on my observation, in Vietnam, maybe not many F&B companies do it yet, but in Singapore, no matter where you go, you see that we are using technology to combat against the manpower crunch. Like we have the self-ordering kiosk, or when you are dining in the restaurant, you can scan the QR code or use the tablet. But Vietnam currently now not using yet. So as the future goes on, I foresee that the manpower costs will keep on getting higher, and maybe not so soon, but at certain point of time, they might also be facing the same issue as us. I mean, difficulty in getting more manpower, and that is when we need to utilize technology to help us against all those.
Okay, I just want to share 2 things. One is, in my 34 years, I've seen franchisors make mistakes like this guy comes and he said, hey, I'm from a big conglomerate. I want the whole China. Then you see, oh, this person is willing to pay you millions of dollars. So you say, okay. Then later, the franchisor realized that this person is very strong in Guangzhou, southern China, but he's a fish out water in Dongbei area, And then the promised number of outlets that's supposed to open, let's say 105 years. After his 10th outlet, he stopped. Because he is himself facing a lot of problems, even political problems, because different factions and all. in other regions, because he's not influential in other places already. But because you have already signed that contract, giving the whole territory of China to this person, you are stuck also. So be very careful. So one of the things we tell our clients is, look, yes, this guy is from Guangzhou, very strong. Why don't you tell him, say, look, yes, we will consider giving you the whole country, but let's start with Guangzhou, okay? And after you have operated for 2 years, we'll sit down and talk. We'll give you the right of first refusal. Meaning if from let's say Dongbei, let's say Liaoning, or someone comes and want to talk, we will still consider you first, subject to certain these things. So this is one way to protect ourselves. Another thing we observe again in the 34 years that I've been in this business is that a lot of brokers, consultants, and even the salesman or the franchise manager of your company, sometimes because they have KPI, right? The boss said, hey, by next year you better sign up another 2 franchisees. If not, you got no bonus. Yeah. So in their eagerness, not in their eagerness, they don't worry, everything, sure you'll make money, sure you do that. Oh yeah, you can see your money back within 12 months. It's very dangerous. Because even if it's not in the contract, the franchisee grabs hold on to everything you say. Okay, so one of the things we tell our franchisor clients is, say, maybe one way you can, even the financial models, okay, the Excel file show that, on average, your franchisee can see the money back in 18 months, all right? You should ask the franchisee, say, what if you don't see your money back in 18 months? And then look at how they express it. They say, huh? Oh, like that, I think, logically speaking, you want someone to say, even if 2 years I don't see my money back, I believe that, this is a good brand. I will persevere and I will see it through. I think then in this shifting, in this little exercise, you actually get a more dedicated franchisee, who is not in a hurry to quickly get money back. So these are very small things, all right, but very important. Okay, so in closing, just now we talked about basics. It's very commonsensical. I think always consider the piece, all right? Product. Let's face it, I have Bak Kut Teh franchise clients. Old Street is one of them, right? We tell them, say, forget about talking to Middle Eastern people because your pork will not be accepted, right? So this is very commonsensical because Muslims don't eat pork, right? Or if you are a senior care franchise, I think you should forget about, let's say, poorer countries like, Bangladesh, because, or even, let's say, even Philippines, because it is a very young country. And for what you pay for 1 hour to get someone to come look after your father or mother, or give your father or mother a nice shower, you may be able to employ a full-time maid for the whole month, right? So, sort of pricing, the product, the service, is it even needed? Is it too expensive? And how you promote. I like to give the example of Subway. When Subway first went to Taiwan, they used the same Chinese words used in China and Singapore. Subway in Singapore and in China is Sai Bai Wei, meaning compete for 100 tastes, which is a good name. It sounds like Subway, Sai Bai Wei, Subway. But in the Hokkien language in Taiwan, Sai Bai Wei is shitty. It's like going to the toilet. So it's a small thing, but it's very important to think through things like that, right? Anyway, then we talk about people. I remember the founder of Shake Shack. He has this. People talk about IQ, EQ, and whatever. He has this thing called HQ, which is hospitality quotient. Yeah. He said in F&B, if you don't have this quotient, you are in the wrong trade because people abuse you. People can see through whether you are, sincere. So go back to basics. And then finally, I want to share this letter C. If you have forgotten everything we shared with you, try to remember C. So when you go to a country, you always look at, the country's condition, the culture, right? The logistics, the infrastructure. You look at the contract. For example, China has the 2+1 rule. Australia, the ACCC is crazy. The disclosure regime and the cooling off period, and you having to make sure that your franchisee has consulted a third party, whether it's a CPA or consultant, and you must have proof. If not, the contract is considered null and void, etc., etc. Okay, the consumer spending power, like India, even Pizza Hut started with slices, right? Because it's more affordable, right? And then whether you can get the right corners. A brand like Marche, will find it very hard to expand in Hong Kong because rentals are so high. But Marche, you need a lot of spaces, right? And then other things like communication, and then competitors. For those of you who have seen my presentation before, I have like 20 slides on copycats. One of which is a copycat of Starbucks in China, but they spell themselves as Starbucks. And then there's an IKEA that is not IKEA, but every floor looks like IKEA. So things like that. Okay, because this will affect your business one way or the other. So, and then finally, remember this word called pastel. So it's all self-explanatory, right? So these are important. These are all basics. I think it's important to consider them. And to end, I show this Long Chow. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. Is it Long Chow? It's a pharmaceutical. Yeah, Long Chow. Okay. So this one, because of the increasingly, middle class kind of society, even drugstores are now very popular, and they are chains. Okay, and also they start not only selling health supplements. It's said that some drugstores might even sell, food, because the Vietnamese consider them cleaner and more organized. Okay, so with that, Q&A time. The gentleman there. Maybe the mic for him.
Very good insights, thank you. So I have a specific question to you about Vietnam with regards to the geographical location. So is there a preference between Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh, or is it more important to just find the right partner and see where they're based?
Okay, so for me, right, comparing Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh, I will make the comparison to China, like one is Shanghai, one is Beijing. In terms of more business friendly, I would say that would be Ho Chi Minh. Because it's like, and Ho Chi Minh is also where more of the officers are, even though it's like the government office, right, they are in Hanoi, but, and also for tourists, right, I mean, I'm coming from a tourist perspective. If I were to go Vietnam, I'll go to Ho Chi Minh first. So I would say that Ho Chi Minh is the one whereby there's more spending power there. So I would prefer Ho Chi Minh.
I guess also depends what sort of business you're in. So exactly what he said, one is Beijing, one is Shanghai. So Hanoi is the, you have all the different government offices are there. Everything's are different. Maybe education there works better. People are more willing to pay. But then Ho Chi Minh are more, people dress well, so they're more willing to pay. They dine out more often. It's very different. Even the diet, the fur, everything is different. If you've been there long enough, you can taste the food. Different cities are very different. So it really depends on your business model, which one suits you better. Yeah.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah,
definitely.
Don't forget about that north and south is different.
Yeah.
In the north, like culturally and their mentality.
Yeah.
They want more. Right. So there's a different mentality there compared to the people in the south, and it's quite important to understand.
Yeah, following up on that, what is the, since it's understand it's a big country with differences between north and south, then what is the right strategy to penetrate Vietnam in a proper way? Like, as you say, probably you need to start with Ho Chi Minh, but how you enter second-tier cities or third or rural areas? Is it wise to do that, or for Vietnam it's just better to focus on the top? That's number one question. Number two questions, can you please remove the kimchi pasta?
Sorry?
Can you remove the kimchi pasta from you? I can start, right? So today I would like to share maybe 5 big messages about the country, right? And perfect, it's coming. So you can read while I talk, right? So five big messages about today, right? The first one is that the Vietnamese economy is back, right? I think you probably know that, and it's been documented, but it's one of the few countries that didn't go through a contraction of the GDP for the 2 years of COVID. And even though the perspective has been revised down a little bit, this is still an economy that's expected to perform at 5-6% growth for, let's say, the next decade. And this is common in emerging markets, right? Like this is not especially special. What is special though is that in Vietnam, this is driven by a kind of engine that we think is quite sustainable. Right? The reason Vietnam is growing so much is because they are anchored in a very competitive manufacturing sector. They have put the right enablers in place to continue to attract money and investments. And therefore, and on top of that, they probably to be confirmed, they probably have the talent engine to sustain this. And so they can benefit for a while from this effect, right? Where the FDI will increase, more money will come to the country, they will capture some manufacturing activities back from China, and therefore they will keep fueling the development. And this is quite important, right? Like the sustainability of the model for about the next decade is quite clear. Beyond that, it's different, right? Because for every country, there's always a stage where you need to move beyond cheap salaries, basically, to continue to grow, right? So there are question marks at all. Then a third message, right, is that as a consequence of this, Vietnam is really now entering the stage where its consumption pool matters, right? It's a country of 100 million people. By the end of the decade, most of them will be in the consuming class, right? So there will be a middle class that makes it quite relevant. And that leads, I think it was mentioned before, right? But that leads to significant market entries from global brands, right? Since I moved to Vietnam, we saw them all, right? Like it's always a big deal, like the first McDonald's, the first Starbucks, the first Zara, the first Uniqlo. Now it's there, right? The consuming class matter. Fourth message is that with all that, right, Vietnam is also a country where the way to operate in Vietnam is changing extremely rapidly, right? And to be specific, what I mean by that is that until now, it's still a very fragmented market, right? To get product to consumers, you have to go through wholesalers, to distributors, etc. This is still true, right? It's still the case. But on top of that, Vietnam is a market where modern retail, the chain store that you mentioned, is booming, and where internet is also booming even before modern retail has fully captured the market. What it means is that it actually creates a situation that is a bit complicated because you know, as a distributor of anything, you have to deal at the same time with the very fragmented market, the boom in e-commerce, and the boom in modern retail. Right? It's a bit complicated, right? Like those three dimensions are rarely in place together in all markets like that. Right? So maybe I'll share a little bit more detail through that, and some facts to explain, right, like why I say those things. The first couple of slides are quite basic, right? You probably know Vietnam is one of the markets in Southeast Asia that still has relatively low GDP per capita. I think it's around $3,000 if I remember correctly. And as most of those markets that have good fundamentals, that will also lead to very significant growth of real GDP. Right? As I was mentioning, right, like when we look at what happened to the GDP of Vietnam, even during COVID, right, this is one of the countries that has been most resilient. So of course, it's far below expectations, right? Like the government will always plan on a growth rate between 6 and 7%. During COVID, it was more 2 to 3, right? But it's still positive, which not a lot of countries can claim. And then, the future growth projection are officially it's still around 6%. In my opinion, above 5 at least, right? So, which is a sign of a country that is resilient, right? They can keep growing. They had massive issues with supply chain during the second lockdown. They worked through this. It didn't break the momentum of the country, right? So there is strong evidence by now that we can anticipate a sustained growth rate like this, at least for the rest of the decade. Now, as I mentioned, right, like what's important when we look at an emerging market like this is to go to the basics of why this happened, right? Why this happened in Vietnam is pretty simple, right? This is one of the most competitive manufacturing centers in Asia, right? Even by Asian standard, it's a country that is cheap. And on top of that, it's a country that is getting quite productive. Right? Because, I mean, low wage, you can find it in several places, right? But on top of that, what we think is specific to Vietnam is that the education system is quite strong, right? Probably a little bit ahead of what you would expect of a country with a GDP per capita around 3,000, right? And this is expected to sustain the ability of the country to train a workforce that is productive. Now, just to be clear, it's not on the page, but so far, the ambition of the government in terms of productivity, so measured in the dollar value of things that they produce compared to the hours that they have put, haven't been completely delivered, right? So the country is a little bit below what they would expect in terms of productivity, but still, in spite of that, it's still a country that can attract investment because they're competitive and train the people to keep the manufacturing engine in place. And I think for maybe one number that I think people remember quite easily, right, is that when you look at the imports as a share of GDP, it's above 100%. Export as a share of GDP is also above 100%. So Vietnam basically is importing a lot, transforming product so far with relatively simple steps, right, and re-exporting a lot. This is the highest in Southeast Asia. So it's a very powerful trading hub. Now, just one limitation of this, and also this is why I say that the growth rate is probably quite sure for the current decade, but afterwards it's more of a question mark, is that even if you look at at the last 20 years, right, you look at almost any category of things you can manufacture, the growth rate has been great, right? So Vietnam keeps producing more and more and more of literally anything, right? Like nowadays, it's widely reported, for example, that they are starting to penetrate into some electronic components, right? They become one of the major base of Samsung, for example. But it's kind of true across the board, right? The limitation of this, though, is that even though you look at the manufacture and export as a share of GDP that now are close to 100%, the value add that they get for this is growing just in line with GDP, right? Stable in part of GDP. What this means, right, is that the country hasn't been yet fully able to capture more. Right? It's still a place where you transform the good, you assemble them. Right? Best example is textile. Right? We import raw materials from China, we transform them, then we re-export. Right? It's been a bit difficult yet for the country to capture a bigger part of the value chain. They are trying in some industries, right? For example, building more cars, capturing more steps in the value chain in textile, but this hasn't fully materialized. This for me is a question mark, but the model of Vietnam is that, so far, productive manufacturing center, future, they will need to solve that to grow, let's say, beyond 2035. So now, this is just a brief illustration, but the point I want to make is also the country has made a lot of effort to be attractive to investors. Right? So Vietnam is a very provincial political system. Right? It's very comparable to China, where the provinces have a lot of economic power and are in charge of attracting investments, are in charge of accommodating investors. They have gone through several, so it's similar to China also, where they have 5-year plans, right? So every 5 years, they plan what they want to do, what kind of activity they want to to attract, and they've gone through the thinking of really trying to be specific about what kind of industries they want to attract where, right? So for example, the electronics are all coming to the north, textile is more of a southern industry, and also putting the enablers in place. Right? So today, if you're an investor and you want to invest in Vietnam, you get quickly introduced to the provincial governments, I'm thinking more manufacturing, right? And the provinces will compete a bit for your dollars, right? They will give you access to the free zone, etc. And they will really try to make an action. So this is important because it can be a bit scary, right? To invest in a communist country that could have the reputation of being difficult. In fact, when it comes to manufacturing, a lot has been done to facilitate this. So this is all about, like, the engine of Vietnam, which is a manufacturing engine. Now, if I move to the part that is a little bit more interesting for us, right, is that the result of this is a massive increase in the population that we consider consuming class. Right? So in the way we define it, the consuming class is people that are in a household where they can spend $11 per day or more. Right? And you can see the shift, right? By the end of the decade, we expect around 70% of Vietnam to be in that class. And why this threshold matters, right? It's because this is roughly the threshold at which the incremental dollar that you get into your household get into discretionary spending. Right? So this is really, this shift is what fuels the growth of anything discretionary, right? Snacks, beauty, etc. And this is what makes those categories typically grow above the GDP growth. So this is really important. And on top of this, maybe I want to add two things on the geography of this change. Right? So one point I want to say is that so this is the same chart, right? Like breaking down the breaking down the households that are part of the consuming class. And what we can see, right, when we project this is that the two big pools that are Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh will still grow and will still be massive, but they will grow less fast than the rest of the country. What this means is that now we're sort of entering a phase where the consuming class grows faster in the second tier cities, even in rural areas, frankly. Right? And this is very linked to what I showed before, right? Like Vietnam is, every province in Vietnam trying to get investment money. It's great manufacturing activity that then trickle down everywhere. Manufacturing doesn't go much in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi anymore, right? On the contrary, those provinces try to push away, heavy production, right? So what I explained about the drivers of growth would be overweighted on the smaller cities. That's quite important because it's quite new, right? For most of us, entering Vietnam, it's Ho Chi Minh, Hanoi, and it doesn't matter, right? It's still true, but it will change. And then I will give you a favor and not read through this whole page, but the point I want to make is also as the consuming class grows, it changes and it becomes more demanding. Why this happens is because there are a few demographic shifts that are quite significant in Vietnam. The household gets smaller, right? More people live on their own. The senior population is also getting bigger, so there is more spending power for people above 60, which is new. Vietnam is very, very young still, right? There is also a change in attitudes, right? Like most of the consuming class now in Vietnam will be influenced by what they see online or what they see in digital media, which is important because it contributes to slowly erasing some of the differences in brand power between North and South, right? And then the consumers also become more demanding, right? The consumer preferences are stronger. So, for example, we looked a lot at the market share in different categories. And what we see, right, is that there is a strong rise of brand with a stronger identity, which is not just status, but is more, some value, some perception of healthier or more sustainable. Those brands do well in Vietnam. the more local brands as well, right? Like there is a boom in Vietnam in most FMCG categories for brands that are Asian, especially North Asian, right? Japanese, Korean, etc. The Western brands are doing less well. So the point I'm trying to make, right, is that as everywhere, when the consumer class grows like this, it also becomes harder to serve, right? Like the needs, the desires, etc. are getting more segmented and more complicated. Now, what I wanted to share, so again, this is, I'll go quick on this, but the point I made earlier about Vietnam being complicated relates a lot to the distribution of goods, right? So here, what we try to do on this chart, which I personally like a lot as a way to represent Vietnam, is show a bit in $1 billion where retail money is spent. Right? And what you see is that the traditional grocery retail or the traditional specialized retail is still massive, right? So it means that traditional grocery retail is mom and pop stores or markets that sell food, right? And traditional specialized retail is stores that sell just one category but are not part of a chain. Right? This is still the bulk of the spending power in Vietnam, right? So if you want some beauty products, the likelihood that you will buy it from a store in the street that just has one shop or a few shops is quite high still. Okay. But what's happening in parallel is that those categories are growing quite fast. Right? So there's modern grocery, which is supermarket, convenience stores, etc. that of course are investing very fast to capture the demand for food and focusing on food. And then there is a lot of modern specialized retail, which is things like electronics store chain, do-it-yourself, etc., and e-commerce. Right. So this picture will change fast in the coming years, right? But still, if you are in Vietnam today, you have to deal with the fact that it's a very traditional market. One illustration of this, if you look on the left, right, is how fast modern retail for grocery has evolved. Right? I'm not sure if it's that clear on the map, but especially in the south of the country, you've seen a boom of chain grocery stores, right? Typically small supermarkets, right? And this is a very typical format, that have decided to move beyond key cities. And this relates to my point before where I was saying that it's not Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh only anymore, right? If you are a supermarket in Vietnam now, you need to think through what are the next 15 or 20 places where you want to open, because the spending power is there, and the people now expect to shop in those kind of chains. So to me, that's a good illustration, because when I first worked in Vietnam in 2016, we worked with retailers, right? And our advice then was quite clear, right? Like, don't get dispersed, just do things right in a few cities, right? The way a lot of data actually exists in Vietnam is top 6 cities, because this is just like what the market was for so long, right? Now a lot of database shift to top 36 cities. To me, that's just a small indication that the market is shifting, and you need to pay more attention to the rest, especially the south, right? Like the Mekong or the southeast are very dense areas, very populated, with the spending power that goes with it. And one more remark also is that the South is also typically quicker to adopt new concepts, new formats, new things, right? So it has led to a bit more innovation and a bit more focus from a lot of players growing the South, right? Which is why it's so far. I'll skip through this because I think we have spent quite some time on the retail, but maybe just to verbalize the points I was making. So I work in a couple of categories where we try also to anticipate the potential, for luxury stores, for example, right? Or for beauty stores in Vietnam, right? All those things will boom and will move past the few cities where they are in today. Maybe one last thing is the e-commerce situation. So always important, right? So maybe what there is to know about e-commerce in Vietnam, which is similar in a lot of ways to other Southeast Asian markets, right? Is that it was actually a little bit behind. If you compare to Thailand, if you compare to Indonesia, Vietnam didn't see a boom of e-commerce until COVID, right, which is a little bit specific. It's a function, in my opinion, it's more a function of supply, right? So the best e-commerce companies spend more effort getting Indonesia or Thailand right before spending a lot of effort in Vietnam, which also meant that the supply, right, the quality of the experience as an e-commerce shopper wasn't there for a long time in Vietnam. This has shifted, of course, during COVID, right? As the result of two things. At first, COVID, right? So as everywhere in the world, people are forced to buy online. And second is also supply has matured, right? So in particular, Shopee and Tiki have spent a lot of effort, to get things right, to get the payments right, to get the refunds right, to get the deliveries right? So the quality of the experience in Vietnam has been. What it likely means, but we can never predict for certain, right, is that in the coming years, Vietnam is likely to grow faster than other markets and continue this catch-up. And it's very likely because at the same time there's a supply improvement and a forced boom in demand with COVID. It has led to a lot of parts to improve. But I would still point out that in a few areas, like for example, e-grocery, right? It's still not fully at the stage which you can see in Singapore or in Indonesia. But it takes time for those players to get things right. For example, e-grocery in Vietnam is very entrepreneurial. There are a lot of people that have tried. No one really cracked it. There's no dominant player. And so it's an important nuance because you always hear that e-commerce is booming, which is true, but it's important to know that Vietnam is probably a couple of years behind compared to the rest. Right. So it was a long monologue. I will just leave you with a few thoughts and we can discuss, right? So for me, like, what this all means, right, is that for a lot of our clients, Vietnam is on the spotlight, right? So a lot of people will now think through, should I enter, how should I enter, etc. Right? For me, a couple of questions that matter in this context is first, defining the target market is harder than before, right? So there are more consumer segments that are relevant and there are more geographies that are relevant. So it becomes a real question to know where to start. I agree with what has been said before on Ho Chi Minh being likely a good entry point, both because it's typically a convenient hub for anyone who wants to set up operation. And on top of that, I find it to be a more powerful space for brand building, right? More likely to influence the rest of the country, more likely to allow you to grow. Downside of this is it's competitive. Everyone's doing the same thing, so it's competitive, right? Then I think on other stuff, I think you guys are equipped with the experts you spoke to. I would just point out one last thing, right? On entering Vietnam, what I found, the question I get a lot, right, is to what extent we need partners, right? For me, the conclusion of this is it depends. For manufacturing activities, for FDI heavy activities, it is now quite possible to enter Vietnam on its own because there are so many ways this is facilitated by the authorities. For retail or consumer, it's complicated. The reason is not necessarily so much the legal complexities. I think the legal complexities are there, but they have been quite clarified. But there are things like access to real estate, or just basic understanding of the dynamics of how to work with the right ecosystems, etc. that are almost impossible to get right if you don't work with the partners. Right. So this, I mean, I won't go too deep into this question because I think you will hear people that know much better. But this was my observation. Let me end this here. I know I downloaded a lot of content.
How do we do this? Which one? This one? Okay. Why is it not working? Okay, so I actually went to Vietnam very early. Very early. I started in Vietnam in 2006 and 7 is the first time I went there. I call it the first gold rush because that's what it kind of felt like. Everybody was rushing there, and what I'm seeing now is kind of the same thing. So the reason I mentioned that is because we've already had 2 gold rushes there, and the second gold rush, everybody really felt the pain. I think it was about 45% of the businesses that failed that went down the last time in 2014-15. So it pays to pay attention. And the last gentleman had mentioned something quite interesting, that everybody is interested in is opening, right? Capture market share, capture market share, capture market share. But at what cost are you willing to do that? And I think that's an important factor. Even Albert and I had a small chat at lunch, and I asked him if it's reminded him, because he's been in the business as long as I have, or longer, if it reminded him of China 20 years ago. And he said, yes, you hit it right on the head. I remember going to China 18 years ago when I first got to Asia, and the challenge was everybody has money, everybody wants to open, they all want your brand. But do they really care about your brand? And do they really care about all the things that go along with doing franchising and things like that? So be very wary of that, because that is happening right now. People have the money, they have the money to get your brand, but the attention span to stay with it that's not their focus. It's not in the mentality right now. The mentality is really capture market share and open as much as we can. What do you mean I have to give good customer service? I don't have to do that. I just have to open and the people will come in and I capture that money. So they get, this is the what's happening, you know, and I get to experience it as well, and I experienced it before. So we have, this has got a pointer on it as well. So we've got our Coca restaurant there, which you guys all know from Singapore. There's a hot pot concept. We just started a new concept called Yummy Yours, which is a Thai dessert cafe. And we just started opening our Mango Tree restaurants in Vietnam. And you may ask why I didn't open my Vietnam or my Thai food restaurants years ago. The market wasn't ready. When I first went to the market in 2007, hot pot was the trend. They call it Lao in Vietnam. Every restaurant, no matter what you are, Vietnamese, Asian, whatever, seems to have a hot pot on it. Okay, so this is one thing, and you'll see later in my presentation, you have to learn to say no. Okay, they're gonna say, oh, everybody wants hot pot. Yes, I understand they love hot pot, but are they coming to my Thai restaurant to eat hot pot, or your Korean restaurant to eat hot pot? No, right? So be careful with that. When I first started, there was no shopping malls. You see all those fancy pictures the McKinsey guy showed? Vietnam did not look like that in 2006 and 2007. Let me tell you, I was like, when I see a picture of that, I was like, wow, it looks like a modern city. It's so exciting. When Texaco went up, I was like, oh my God, hallelujah, the first high rise, you know, the first skyscraper. It has changed dramatically. Ho Chi Minh, even Hanoi has changed, but at a much different pace and a different way than Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh, if you go there now, you go, wow, this looks like every other international city, and it does. But in 2007, it didn't look like that. And for myself, coming from the West, I was like, are you sure this is the right place to do business? I was freaking out. I was like, I don't know. Yeah, it was quite challenging. And there was no shopping malls. Okay. The only thing we had there was Parkson. Okay. Parkson department store that used to, on the 4th floor, put a food court. Okay. They put a food court, and that's where the restaurants went. So you either had to do standalone high street, or you had to go into these parks. And so it was extremely competitive even at that time. There's only so many outlets that can go into a food court. Okay, shopping malls came in 2015 is what I put, but I'm sure I'm wrong in that stat. And when we first started going there, people didn't know about Thai food. Okay, they knew about Lao, but they didn't understand Thai. They didn't understand about quality ingredients, right? And we come as a bit more of a premium brand because we've been around, our brands have been around, Mango Tree's been around for 30 years, Coke has been around for 65 years. So we've always been a bit more of a niche and premium product. So it was a challenge as to how do we do this in the Vietnamese market, which in 2007 did not have even close to the spending power that they had now. I was dealing with a very small amount of people. Very small amount of people that have money to spend. So that's just giving you a little bit of history there. You can see that. They said the slides are available. I got some stuff about COVID later, which we'll talk about anyway. But as you see, we continue to grow over the time since 2007. But it's not 50 outlets. And this is probably similar to the gentleman before. This market is changing every 6 months. You would agree, right? It is changing every 6 months. Every time I go back, and I go back to Vietnam, where's the Pastamania guy? Is that right? 3 times a year only? Are you crazy? I go to Vietnam once a month just to make sure I know what's happening with my franchise. Because to go after 2 or 3 months, you go, hey, what happened to my restaurant? What's going on? You mean I got Lao in my restaurant? So that's one of my things. So just to say we don't have 50 outlets, and that's because the market is constantly changing and we're learning as we went. So the reason I wanted to come here and share today is that it hasn't been an easy market. Now I look at it and I go, you guys are so lucky. You know, we went there first, other people went there first, and so it's developed, it's changed, a new generation of people is at the helm. I think someone had said the second generation. So the second generation is now at the helm, which has a totally different thinking than the first generation. Okay? So just some insights on the local market. Landlords. Obviously, we all know this is our #1 thing, and I wanted to share this with you because it's quite important. Main thing to understand is that rental is usually proposed in US dollars, okay, for standalone locations, Vietnam dong for shopping malls. Okay, in my experience, I have to say, because you're probably looking and saying that's not true. But every standalone landlord that we meet, US dollars. Most things when I went there in 2007, everything was based on US dollars. Coke, not even Vietnam dong, $1. Everything was based on US dollars. It's only more recently that the Vietnam dong is going into menus. When we first did our first couple of menus, it was based in US dollars. Okay, so that's something interesting to understand, because for the landlords, you're dealing with that first generation. These guys are used to dealing with US dollars that they stash under their bed. They got stacks of it in these chests. So they're used to US dollars. Landlords have the power in Vietnam. Okay, I will not hide this fact. Okay, the reality is that, as we said, the market in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi is very competitive to get locations. Everybody wants to go there, so getting a good rental price is very difficult, especially if you have a brand that needs to be in the high street or a very, very good location. It's very competitive, so it's very difficult to negotiate. We all know shopping mall landlords are difficult, right? Everyone agrees, there are people here that are in the business are already difficult. But now imagine dealing with the first generation landlord. You're looking at his shop house and he says, I want $15,000. You go, I'm not gonna spend $200,000 just to fix it. He doesn't care, I want my $15,000. Plus my 6 months rental deposit, or some ask for a year. Some are becoming more reasonable now. We get 3 months, but not very often. Okay, so be aware of that. In simple terms, rentals usually end up being 16 to 20% of sales in standalone. Malls is 17 to 22%, making it very risky. The one thing I realized in the Vietnamese market is rental is your #1 killer. Probably like any competitive market, even like Singapore, which is why I don't have 50 restaurants in Singapore, because the rentals are so high. Okay, this market, they are high. So the reason I mentioned here, these are numbers that you're getting consistently over at the end of the year when you look at your P&L. But there's months where this is going to skyrocket. It's probably about 2 months a year. I count on Vietnam as 10 good months of business and 2 months of not so good business. Tet happens, which is similar to Chinese New Year. Right after Tet, nobody spends. You got a whole month of nobody spending any money. The other month I noticed is August. August, the Vietnamese people follow some traditions, Ghost Month, right? Is what I call it, is Ghost Month, right? And this month tends to be a very, very slow month as well. So when you're doing your projections, please account for this. And this is why in those months, your rental all of a sudden jumps to 35%. You're freaking out, oh my God, what's going on? Just know when to balance out, okay? So the key, I always like to say to people, for rental, that standard goes everywhere. You try to get the lowest rental that you can. Or obviously for standalone, we always want 8 to 12%, right? This is a big target. And for shopping malls, you need to get into the 15% zone, okay, if you can. But the reality is, why I wanted to share is that despite me going there and meeting landlords and fighting and entertaining and doing whatever, I still can't get it that low. And I've been in the restaurant business for 30 years. So we did this count on 2 months. Landlords not offer much support in general. especially during COVID. Now we're out of COVID, okay, or I just went there recently. They're coming out very quickly. Rentals were reasonable. Even I had a site recently in Hanoi. We opened in March. Already the landlord was talking to us about raising the rental already. And this is what I'm talking about. Landlord, if especially a standalone, he will come to you even though you have a contract. Hey, it says I get this rental for 3 years. He sees you're busy. He comes to you and says, rental's going up by $2,000. No negotiation. You want this site or you don't want this site? Is that tough? And I'm just sharing this with you because it is a reality. It's not anything, but you need to be prepared for this kind of thing. So when we were talking earlier about getting people to help you that have connections, right, is important, especially with the landlords. Okay, challenges and tips to overcome. I think Wendy was great. She shared some great things that I thought were great, kind of set the preset for this partner, which we always talk about. So a few other things I wanted to mention was watch out for friend partnerships. Okay, in Vietnam, a group of friends, they've all recently made it or they've got a new job and they all decide, I want to have a restaurant. Yeah, sounds so exciting. So there's 4 of them and they decide to pool their money together and they want to open a restaurant together. And they assign one of their friends or they all argue who's going to do what, but it's usually one person that does everything. Okay? In the end, it never works out. Okay, in my experience already, I've had 3 partnerships where we've had to come in and buy either my main partners had to buy out the other people, or I had to come in and buy out the partner, otherwise my brand wasn't going to stay there. So just the reason I mentioned it is watch out for this. When the people come and say, I want your brand, who are you working with? Is it just you, or is it a group of you together, right? And I think this kind of goes across for the region, but here they really like to do this, the friend kind of thing. Individual people versus big group. I think this is something you need to decide for yourselves and for your brand. Okay, as we mentioned, the big groups, they have the money, they can open everything, and they're like on what we say. Someone said land grab or brand grab, right? I think you said, Albert. The brand grab is on in Vietnam big time. So working with a big group sounds great. They can expand. They have the money to expand your brand, but have they invested in the infrastructure at the level below? Or, as in the case I'm dealing with right now, I'm dealing with all junior people. So the people at the top making great decisions. Bring my brand, I can sign up for this many, but I'm dealing with very junior people because that's who they're hiring. And the turnover rate in these kind of bigger corporations is huge. Okay, the mentality of the bigger corporations towards the junior people is maybe not as much like other countries where they, okay, let's spend money on training, let's spend money on making a good corporate culture, let's make our people happy. To me, what I feel is just a body. And I think that's what they really think. So the people, I can understand why they jump for $10, you know, because they don't feel very well taken care of. Okay, and that's just a reality. Whereas if you work with an individual, you have a whole different set of challenges. You have to understand their mindset, right? What is their real mindset? You know, what do they really want? And to me, you really need to spend time understanding this because things are new in Vietnam. So they want everything, right? They want this, they want that, but that's not a reality for your brand. So you really have to narrow these individuals down to get them understanding, as I think it was Wendy, your beliefs. Are they aligned with your belief? And if they're not, it's not the right partner because they're just going to take your brand off in a different direction. And it's going to be an argument, or Pastamania is not going to go for 5 months and all of a sudden he's selling full pasta, right? So you've got to really be careful, okay? Ensuring that language is not a barrier. The reality is in Vietnam, it is a barrier, okay? The education for English has started, but it's still not at the level that we're probably all used to, okay? And while they say they understand your words in English, you can ask the same question 3 different times, and you'll still get a blank look. So that will help you to understand whether they really understand or not. Okay, this is why I said I don't want to share some real things. It's real. This is real, and it's a reality that you need to understand before you go there, because it's hard. It's challenging. I've been doing it for what, 15 years now, and I still find it challenging, right? I always say to people, Vietnam is my place I spend the most and I'm frustrated the most, and get the lowest return. Kind of, I don't want to say lowest return, but if I calculate it, I'm probably sure. Okay, location, you need the right location, the right price, below 15% is key. Okay, do your research to see how the area will change. As I mentioned before, things are changing so rapidly. You know, you would never imagine that downtown Ho Chi Minh City is what it is today. And it's still changing every single day. The outskirts of Hanoi are changing. The second tier cities are finally coming. Imagine for me being from 2007, I'm finally excited I can go to another city, you know, besides Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi. But you need to do the research on those cities, because it's not just go in and it's going to be great business right away. You need to study what is that local culture. I think a big tip I tell a lot of people is that south, middle, north, all different thinking, a different Vietnamese way of thinking in all those different areas. And that's why we divided, for us, for our expansion, we divided it into 3 areas. Because I went to all these areas in the beginning, I drove the whole country, it took me 4 days to drive the whole country, and I observed the different cultures, I observed the different foods that they eat, and we spoke to the local people to understand the mentality. And that's why we came back and said, okay, we're dividing it into 3 different territories. Nobody gets the whole master franchise for the whole country. And in my experience, we tried. First time when we opened in Ho Chi Minh, our franchisee's like, let's go to Hanoi. And they were from Hanoi originally, the wife was. We went there, we realized that doing business in Hanoi was totally different than Ho Chi Minh. As well as our infrastructure was in Ho Chi Minh, not in Hanoi. But in Vietnam, you need your infrastructure to follow you in every city. Doing this remote thing, I feel, and in my experience, does not work in Vietnam. It's changing too much. Okay? Generation gap. This is a new one. I think we're all facing this in the world, but this is in Vietnam is even more different. We do a lot of training for our brands, because I've always believed in training, because education, the more we educate our staff, the more they buy in, and I have way less staff turnover. So I know a lot of people say, let's just get the staff, get the bodies. Trust me, these people really appreciate if you spend a little bit of time with them, do proper brand orientation, because the reality is we think our managers or our COO is doing it. They're not doing it. They say they're doing it, but it's not happening. When you go and talk to your staff, when you show up at your restaurants, you're gonna say, hey, where did Pastor Mania start? I don't know. And you're going, well, that doesn't help. Then if he's going, I don't know, then what are you gonna do? What does the rest of the people know? So we've noticed a big difference in, let's say, training on digital versus paper. The workforce for retail restaurants in Vietnam is younger, a lot younger. They're 20-year-old, they're 21 years old, they're 22 years old. You know, it's not their ideal position that they want to go into. Everyone in Vietnam wants to be a CEO. Okay? That is the reality. It's like everyone wants to get to the top positions. And I'll talk about that in a second. But we've noticed since we moved our training to digital, every youngster has a phone, they love their phone, they'll cry if they didn't have their phone, right? Like when we tell them, you can't take your phone on the floor, you gotta put it in a locker, it's like outcry, right? Oh, I can't look at my phone. So the reality is we started to put our training on the phone. We got buy-in right away, people paid attention. When we do stuff on paper, which we actually, about 6 months ago, my Vietnam operations guy did it on paper. And I said, how'd it go? He says, you set me up, didn't you? I said, oh yeah. I wanted you to get that feeling of how the staff didn't pay attention, didn't give you any respect that you're there to train and educate them. Compared to as soon as you put these on the phone, I say, give these and see what the response is. He gave some digital training to the staff, sent it to them. They're all jumping up and down. This is awesome. I could look at it when I want, right? I don't have to pay attention for 1 hour of training, which is a long time for these people, right? Imagine also too, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be training in 2 languages. Every time we do a conference call or training in Vietnam, we have to do 2 languages, English. Sometimes actually we've had to do 3 lately, Thai, English, and Vietnamese. That takes even longer. So imagine just the 2 languages alone, you have a 15, 20-minute training. Now when that gets translated into Vietnamese as you go along, that's taking 45 minutes. No one has an attention span anymore. That phone has changed the whole game. You know, nobody has an attention span that long anymore. So think about that. It's a younger generation. So you need to be highly ready for that. Starting to just learn critical thinking skills. I put this one in, and this is probably one that's touchy. We grew up differently. Let's just say that. We grew up differently. We had different education system. They had something different. They didn't learn all the common sense skills that some of us, all the rest of us maybe have, or some that have and don't. But they are starting to learn critical thinking. And that's a good news about it. It is starting. They're starting to understand why to think a certain way as opposed to just act like a robot. Because that's how they used to act before, just a robot. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. We're like, no, you need to think. Yeah, but you told me to walk over there. Yeah, I know, but you know, trying to teach you to walk around the chair, not over the chair. So the critical thinking is now starting. They're starting to think about these things. Navigating through COVID, they asked me to talk about this. I just wanted to, my comments on this was good operators know how to take quick action, cut labors, and cut costs. Okay, so we fared quite well. Actually, one of my franchisees fared quite well, the other one didn't. Okay, and this was, one was Ho Chi Minh had leases that were going to expire, not proactive enough, like, hey, get on to the landlords. I was on the phone to her all the time, get on to the landlords right now, because this is not going to wait for 2 years. Slow, we got no landlord help. In the end, she lost quite a few locations. Hanoi, she had a different mindset. She's a restaurant operator herself. She created her own brand. When she took on Coca, she knew what to do. Okay, she knew how to scale down the menus to control the food cost. I didn't even have to tell her. It was great. I was like, hey, should we do? She's thinking I'm scaling down the menu. I'm like, oh, okay. She's 1 step ahead of me. I said, what do you think about, you know, now you're going to have less staff? She said, yeah, I can't find staff. We're all facing problems. Every country I go to since I've been back on the road, we're all facing staff shortage. So she closed a few floors of the restaurants. So my first floor of my restaurant was packed. What does a packed restaurant mean? Oh, it must be good, right? We all live in Asia. When we see a packed restaurant, we go into it, right? You see a dead restaurant, you're not going to go in there. So that was some smart things that Hanoi did to navigate through COVID, got through successfully, didn't lose their locations, and came out financially 100 times better. Market outlook. Well, I think we talked a lot about quite a few of these things today. Do your market research and due diligence. I think everybody says this, and I think the reason we all say this is because you need to do it. This is not a market to buy into the hype and forget to do your homework. You will get stung. You will be stung for sure. Okay? Still a market for every segment. We heard that. Yes, that's true. The truth is, the market is actually very saturated, especially in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi. This is why we're all getting excited about the second-tier cities. But the reality is, in the second-tier cities, the spending power is still not as high. They're not as educated about the brands. They haven't gone to Ho Chi Minh and seen what all the brands are, maybe. Yeah, or maybe they haven't, and they can't wait until they come to their city. So it's already quite saturated for a lot of products, burgers, pizza, whatever you want to, especially chicken. Chicken is everywhere. So if you have something that's unique, you'll have a much higher chance of success. This is one I wanted to talk about here. My Vietnamese guy told me to type this word. I was like, ooh, it sounds dangerous. This is what I was talking about. Everybody wants to get to the CEO position. Okay? So the morning I want to give you here, restaurants or whatever, you start to work with people, you see they're good, you want to promote them. They get up to manager level or whatever your next level is. They've got this culture of privilege. I'm the manager now. I don't have to do anything. Just point my finger and boss people around. Right? And we say, hey, you need to learn how to lead the people and guide them and be interactive and keep the staff moving. But that's not their thinking yet. I'm the manager, I'm the CEO. I just sit in my office and let the restaurant run because I made it to manager. Okay. So it's important, it's real. The reason I mention it is because I'm in shock about it all the time. And I constantly asking the Vietnamese people, help me to understand this. Please help me to understand so that I can find a way to inspire them when they get to these leadership positions. Okay? It's a big challenge. Okay? Service. Customers are expecting it, and you need to invest in it. Okay, this would be one thing I would very highlight. Need to work on your service in Vietnam. The customers become more educated. The customers become, as the couple people are talking, the middle class has grown. So now there's a more expectation. Hey, I'm spending my money with you. You better give me something back. It's not just about the food. I need some proper service. Okay, this is where I would say spend the money investing in service, which means you got to train your people. Train again, and train again. And then as we talked about already, lots of other places starting to develop outside the main cities, but it'll still take time. Okay, it's not 100% ready. There's no skyscrapers in these other cities. Just use that as an example. So they're coming, getting better, but it's sometimes I think it gets overhyped. So just try to give you a little bit of the realities. Okay, but the main one is, which everybody is right about, even the lady this morning, consumers want to spend and the money is there. Okay, it's just a matter of if you can get it. And that's why I mentioned this service one, because if you can highlight this, you'll take out your competition right away. Because other people aren't spending on it. They're feeling it's not important. They're just trying to get the money, right? So if you can spend on that, making customer service, you'll win over your competition. You will be better than your competition right away, hands down. Tips to work in Vietnam. This was a couple other ones. You need to do a lot of work. As Pastamanian knows, you need to go there and get your hands dirty. This one we cannot stress enough. Vietnam is still one of those places that they need help, right? And you have to get your hands, you got to be willing to get your hands dirty. If you rely on your local partner only, things will take forever, okay? It won't happen. It won't happen in the time frame that you want it to. One thing I experienced in Vietnam, Vietnamese way of working is rush. Everything's a rush, right? Everything's a rush, last minute, rush. Then you send them back the email or you talk to them and you say, I need this. That's not a rush, right? So your stuff takes 10 days, but what they expect from you needs to be done in 3 days. They're on that email to you every day until you get it to them, right? Crazy. But then when you ask something, you have to ask 25 times until you get it. Really, this is something you're gonna notice there. Have you noticed already? You send an email, there's no reply for like 2 weeks. You're like, oh my God, what's going on? And then all of a sudden they need something. And if you can't do it within that day, they're having a meltdown, serious meltdown.
That applies for all the other countries as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's franchising in general, I guess. Okay, have someone there or need to be there at least once a month. This is one from my experience. I used to go to Vietnam every month. And I realized when I didn't go, I thought I could do it, where I could say, you know what, I've been coming here every month for 6 years. I'm tired of Vietnam. Just tired going there because you would have thought they get it all by now, or I don't have to do anything anymore. So I decided to back off. Well, was that a mistake or what? I said, you know, in franchising, I always talk about, oh, you know, first year, they're like a baby, they're learning to crawl, then, okay, you gotta let them grow up a bit, and then they're a teenager, and then, finally they hit to become adolescent and get through some of the stages. I thought I could that our franchisee was ready for that, or franchisees. And then I realized that as soon as I wasn't there, things went a different direction, right? A lot of new ideas happening in Vietnam, a lot of new things happening, so their attention span gets distracted, right? They go, oh, this is a new good idea, and they go do it, and they're so excited, well, they forget to call you and say, can I get the franchise or approval? So you show up at your outlet, and you're like, what is that? Right? Why does my ice cream shop have hot pot in it? Right? Just to give you that example. So I always say to people, I actually put someone in just before COVID was my reality. I started my new mango tree projects, and I said, I don't have the time personally to go there every month. So I'm putting somebody in place that can be there every day, that can answer these super quick replies, and can chase. And even he is a Vietnamese person and he has to chase. The biggest challenge he has with me every Monday morning on our staff meeting call is, Trevor, you know, I told you I was going to do that last week, and I've been chasing, and I've been chasing, and I've been chasing again, but I still don't have the answer for it. So it's just part of how it works over there, and hopefully it'll change over time. We talked about this already, have a proper team in place to service a lot of last minute requests. My Thai team goes crazy for this, that I can't believe how fast they want everything, right? And how there's no advance warning, even though our system says, you want new marketing material and our graphic team to draw it up, here's the form, and it says you need to give us 7 days notice and you'll get it back. Never happens. I need this tomorrow, it's Valentine's Day, right? Or it's Tet, 2 days away from Tet, we need this artwork right now. I'm like, we thought you guys already handled it because you didn't call us a week ago. Tet's happening in 2 days. I know, can you help me? And of course we help. This is the sad part. We stay up until midnight doing all this work for them. But I just want to make you aware, because when my Thai staff started doing it with our latest projects, they said, what is this? I said, yeah, try to educate and try to warn you that this is going to happen. This one, common sense, we talked about earlier. This was about the critical thinking is changing. So they didn't know common sense. I think Wendy said this earlier. Learn to say no. This is my probably #1 tip for franchisors going to Vietnam. You have to learn to say no. Unfortunately, my ice cream shop does not sell hot pot, right? And they're resilient. They're going to try to convince you, come back at you 10 different times, 10 different ways to convince you why you should sell hot pot at the ice cream shop. I know I'm giving an extreme example, but I want you guys to understand. They'll keep coming back, because they're quite determined, right? So you gotta learn to be able to say no, and know that it's okay. In my experience, what I found out at first, I didn't like to say no. I was like, oh, come on, I need the relationship, you know, I need them to expand. I don't want to say no. But when I started saying no, things worked better. Things got better. They stayed focused, right? And so you got to be quite strong in that to really be able to say no. And that's it. Any crazy questions there, as I see everybody getting sleepy, even though I tried to talk exciting to keep you excited. There we go.
If you share the proportion of female versus male franchisees in Vietnam that you work with?
For me?
Yeah.
All my Coca franchisees are female, my Yen yours are female. So 75, 80%. Yeah. I think I actually have preferred to work with the female franchisees there. The only challenge is, no, I'm not gonna mention that one. I'll be arrested probably. But it's just different. It's different thinking. In an easy way to say it's different thinking. But with that also comes different thinking of females wanting to have every idea, lots of things, and need to have everything on my menu, which we don't really need to have. Yes?
Oh, Trevor, you mentioned that market research is very important.
The which?
You mentioned that market research is very important before you enter into Vietnam.
Yep.
Yeah. Who do you use for market research, or do you conduct your own?
So back in 2007, guys like McKinsey were just getting there, and other people. So I had to go do it myself, and that's just me. After coming to Asia and doing franchising around Asia, Middle East, and everywhere. I'm a boots on the ground person. My plane lands, I get off my plane, drop my suitcase at the hotel, and I go walk around the city. I want to feel it, I want to touch it. But that's me, I'm a restaurateur. I need to feel it and touch it because I put myself into the mind of the customer. What would the customer feel? What are they going to feel with this? Are they going to like it? Are they not going to like it? And the key is then understanding that gives you opportunity to talk to local people and understand how they live, what they live. Like, is spending $3 too much for them? When I went to Vietnam, spending $3 was too much, you know? And so we had to understand that. So, but yeah, the research now, because the market has changed so much, I would recommend get someone to help you to understand it. But then also you need to go touch it and feel it.
One for me.
Sure.
So I'll start with Albert said earlier, which is either in the middle or you have bosses with KPIs and everything, open.
Yeah.
Now, when you say at the beginning, when you started back in 2007, you have took some decisions and you say some no's, right? One thing is that, as you mentioned here right now, you need to learn to say no, but you said that people are ready, the market is ready, and people are looking to spend. So when you see it from the corporate level, you have 100 million population market, you have people ready to spend, you have, you know, all this beautiful data, but then, as you said, in the ground, you have to take some decision, like say no to a big expansion because you might fail. How do you manage that? I don't know if it happens to you in your business. Because, you know, with these numbers, everybody like, well, you can go and open 50 stores immediately. That's the, as Albert said earlier, that's the challenge, is to actually say
understand what's reality and what's not. I think that's the hardest part about going into any new countries. You need to understand what is the real reality and what is not the reality. I think for me, learning to say no is more on, not on location. Well, location you need to be firm and say no to, because sometimes, I think someone else mentioned before, I own this building I want to open. And recently, same thing, I had a new partner that was proposing to us in Hanoi. I got 3 buildings, I sent my people there. Every one of them was like, there's no good, we're not putting a restaurant there. And the guy's like, no, it's my building, you know, free rental, you know, this is a good location, it is. I'm like, listen, there's no walk-by traffic, there's none of this, there's none of this, there's none of this. But in his mind, it's the best location because he bought it, right? He bought that location and he's got attachment to it. So you have to, it's like a delicate thing of, not in a sense of no, right? But, well, you know, and you got to go through the education factor and, you know, what are we going to do with this? I think where I'm saying no is it comes down to menu. For me, there's no hot pot in an ice cream shop, but they will try things like that. But it's just knowing when to say no and when not to say no. Because you have to, like any business, you have to give them some wins. If you don't give them some wins, they're not going to want to work with you very much longer. Because, hey, this guy just, you know, he's like McDonald's, just handcuffed me with everything I do. Right? So you have to know when to say no and when to, you know, drag it out. But it's a challenge. It's a big challenge. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay, so very quickly, I think most of us in this group already has the intention to go into Vietnam. And all the other distinguished speakers before me has already told all of you what about Vietnam and why we should be entering it. So I will spare you a few slides out of my 30 slides that I have. But of course, please allow me to do a quick introduction of Innovative Hub. Okay, so Innovative Hub was started in 2016 exclusively as Alibaba.com partner in Singapore. 2 years later, we ventured into Vietnam. So now I have my Vietnam office and Malaysia office. So for Malaysia office, we started in during the pandemic, 2021. And for all these 3 officers, we carry the identity of Alibaba.com partner. Okay, so of course, along the years, 6 years in the market, we have grown, and because of our identity in Vietnam, we actually work very closely with Enterprise Singapore. So along the years, we have actually run, I say currently we are doing our 3rd grant for Singaporeans. I think you all will know Singapore Enterprises 3rd grant package with Enterprise Singapore. most of our solutions are dedicated and we are the exclusive partner, but I will touch a little bit more about that later. Okay, so this is our spectrum of businesses. Like I mentioned, we are Alibaba.com partner. We do cross-border e-commerce for Singapore enterprise to sell into Vietnam. And we also do digital marketing services, your usual SEO, SEM, social media management. And last but not least, because of our offices in Vietnam and Malaysia, due to our resources, our network, we do have a little bit on the offline business managing as well. Okay, so this is my cute Vietnam team. So from the rest of the speakers, as you can see, most of them is half my age. Okay, so about that. So it's really, I mean, the age gap and the workforce for Vietnam office is really a huge difference from what we have in the Singapore office. So we have to learn how to work with this young generation in Vietnam as well. Okay, so as an e-commerce enabler, we do need eco-partners to make sure that we are able to provide the whole suite of solutions for Singapore enterprises. So we work with partners, association, finance, and logistic partners. Okay, so like I promised, I will skip a few slides regarding Vietnam. Okay, so but I will touch a little bit on the internet economy, which I think the rest of the speakers didn't really mention. So as you can see, these are all the data about the internet penetration, the young people, the young consumer audiences buying on the internet. Okay. And that goes into the proper agenda, the marketplaces, which is what we do for Singapore companies. Okay, so as you can see, the handphone over there, Shopee is supposed to be the top, but unfortunately, they do not open cross-border for Singapore sellers to sell cross-border into Vietnam, cross-border on Shopee. So what is allowed marketplace now is Lazada and TP, which is not too bad. They are also the second and the third in the Vietnam market. No promise, but we are in talks with Shopee we are in continuing talks with Shopee to see if when they will open this infrastructure for Singapore sellers as well. Okay, so of course, need to do a little bit of advertisement. We are featured on Enterprise Singapore website as their approved vendor. Okay, so this data could be something that is a little bit different from all other speakers have shared because it's all more on the marketplaces. So, but similarly, they have touched on a few similar points. The best selling categories or the products that is happening in the Vietnam market now is obviously who is buying is the young consumer. So that will means beauty or the fast food. Fast food for cross-border refers to ready-to-eat food or interesting snacks, truffle fries, all these the salted egg snacks. All these are interesting and trendy snacks for the young consumer on the marketplaces. Okay, then of course we have food, apparel, cosmetic, and beauty products as the first few top categories. Okay, so very quickly, I'm sure most of you here maybe doesn't have a product to sell because you are here for a franchise talk. So I assume most of you are in services, solution, or F&B, retail, that category. But the benefit of cross-border e-commerce, if you can take away today to share with your friends or your other business or where you're going to move on to in future, is the fact that you don't need to register your product in that country. Sorry.
Actually, a lot of my F&B clients have gone into RTE. They start to sell.
Okay, yeah. So that is So there are some challenges about cross-border, which I will share a little bit later as well. Food by nature is a bit challenging for shipping and for the marketplaces to allow us to post. That is one challenge. But digital channel is not all about marketplace. There is also KOLs, which I think earlier a few speakers also mentioned. It is a highly rated campaign in Vietnam now, KOLs. Okay, which we also adopt for the Singapore sellers that are selling through our channels. Okay, so number one benefit, no need to register the product. So from my understanding, you can the experts can correct me if I'm wrong. Based on my understanding, if you want to register a food product, for example, health supplement, okay, it can cost you 1,000 USD per SKU. And the duration, like some of the experts mentioned just now, not so long as the trademark or the IP, but it will probably take you 6 to 9 months to get one SKU registered with the proper documents filed. Okay, so the beauty about cross-border is you don't have to go through this process. You can start immediately. If today you engage me, tomorrow, okay, tomorrow is a bit over. Maybe 2 weeks later, you can be selling in the marketplaces already. Okay, no need to find importers, distributor. You can carry on to use your own brand, set up your official store on the marketplaces. Okay, of course, no need to pay warehousing because your stocks are not even in Vietnam. Then stock is from origin, and in our solution, we take care of the end-to-end shipping for you, which we work with the 3PL for that. Okay, so last but not least, I think the first speaker mentioned, I took some notes, but I think I can remember. She mentioned that omni-channel, an e-commerce and digital channel is one of the ways to test your brand, your product, or to create some brand awareness in the market before you go in full force or offline fully, right? Okay, spare you some reading. So in general, like I mentioned, in this solution, Innovative Hub actually takes care of A to Z for you in this digitalization journey. Okay, so we start with business advisory. So we do a little bit of research related to your product in the marketplaces and offline. Then we help you develop your content if you do not have, okay? Then, of course, we come up with marketing solution, which we'll touch a little bit later. Then we provide all the data analytics for you to better understand how to price your product in the marketplace. What kind of big brands or which are the tier of products that you think you are competing in the marketplace. Then, last but not least, of course, throughout the whole 12 months, we will be handling your store. So basically, you don't need to have someone who go behind your Lazada.Vietnam or Tiki store. My team will do that for you. So they will optimize, they will participate in campaign, they will talk to the marketplaces. What you need to do for us is, when you receive an order, please pack it. We'll pick it up from your warehouse. It's as simple as that if you participate in this solution. Okay, yeah, so this is what is all inclusive, like I mentioned just now. What is so interesting about this solution created together with Enterprise Singapore to help Singapore enterprises to sell into Vietnam is, let me just draw your attention to these 2 pillars. So as you can see on top, I openly state out the price. This whole solution for 1 year service is 22,000 Sing dollars. You only need to pay 20% because it's 80% subsidized by Enterprise Singapore. And for those who are pretty familiar with grant, you don't even need to pay me in full and claim back. You just need to pay me the net. Me as the exclusive, Innovative Hub as the exclusive vendor, we will be the one to complete the project and claim back from Enterprise Singapore. So you don't need to worry, I don't zhougang, you know, you don't need to worry that I don't do my job or I don't fulfill my job. Don't worry about that because I am the one who is at greater risk than any one of you because you only pay 20%. Okay, so the other 2 pillars that I want to draw your attention is, with the amount you pay, if you are very good in your math, right, you will know you only pay about $4,000, 20%. You get 3,006 digital marketing credit in return. And you don't need to give me 3,006, it's part of the project. So what I do is I will spend 3,006 mainly on your Facebook marketing or KOL marketing. I will claim back from Enterprise as well. And 2,000 shipping credits because I'm not sure how familiar the audiences in the room is with shipping. Shipping from Singapore to Vietnam is quite expensive because nobody is really doing cross-border Sing to Vietnam. How we can buy from our own Lazada, Shopee, or we buy from the China cross-border sellers? How can we buy at $1 shipping fee? That's because this lane is already built up. They have the volume to sustain the shipping rate. But unfortunately, Innovative Hub could be the first vendor who is doing cross-border Singapore to Vietnam shipping. So we work with a very good partner, which is a local company, Ninja Van. So they are our 3PL for this. They will be taking care of the shipping from your warehouse all the way to deliver to your consumers in Vietnam. Okay, when I say it's expensive, it's also not that expensive. Anyone want to make a guess? Just to make sure someone is listening to me. Anyone make a guess? $15? You think it's expensive?
It is expensive.
15 is expensive, right? Unfortunately, it's a little bit more than 15. Yeah, so that is the reason why, right, in this project, because when everyone sit down on the table to finalize this project, right, we already know that the rate is going to be a bit high. So Enterprise Singapore generously throw in a $2,000 credit to subsidize your first, I would say, maybe 100 to 120 parcels based on the per parcel rate. So it's no secret, okay, it's about $17 to $18 per parcel. So for the first 100 to 120 parcels, you are taken care of by this project.
So, the 15, 16, whatever is per order, you mean?
Per order, yes.
Per order.
In fact, it's per 500 grams. Yeah, okay, so it's expensive, I agree, I'm with all of you, okay, but yeah, we will need to wait and live to see the day where it becomes $10. Because before the pandemic, actually I have been doing cross-border shipping into Vietnam for quite a while. 3 years ago, I've been already shipping into Vietnam cross-border. It cost me about $10 that time per parcel into Vietnam. But I mean, we all know the reason, pandemic and the global crisis of shipping. So now, unfortunately, it's about 17. Okay, I will skip quite a lot of content because it's basically repeating what I shared. I will prefer to share with you more examples of what we do on the marketplaces. So for those who are familiar with e-commerce, this is what we call feeds. Okay, so feeds is to optimize your store and your posting so that when a consumer, they open the app or they search for a keyword, right, the chances of the platform pushing your product or pushing your stuff on the first few listing is higher. Okay? So all this will be done by my ops team, part of the project. Okay, Facebook, we have to use this because Facebook is the most used social media in Vietnam. Instagram, for them, not so. Currently rising TikTok. Yeah, okay. So, so for all our clients, for all the brands, not sure whether you see any familiar brands, I guess so, right? So for all the brands, right, we'll create a Facebook page. And I think just now, I just jump in to say a little bit because the beauty of this project is your content are being translated into Vietnamese. So if you don't have a local Vietnam staff, there's no way you can do that. And we are translating for free. Yeah, so give me your English content, my Vietnamese team, they will translate into Vietnamese. So everything in this project is posted in Vietnamese. If you ask me to QC for you, sorry, I cannot do that, okay? So these are the KOL campaigns. Kozo is also part of a local skincare brand. I think it's by Adonis Group. Yeah, so they are also part of this project. You will see some of the familiar names, I guess, as I show you more examples. Health supplement, surprisingly, they are our top sellers. Top sellers meaning we have a lot of supplement sellers with us on this project. I mean, commercially, I think, because they have higher margin for their products. That's why they could afford the cross-border and the platform fees. And for them to register a SKU 1,000 USD, just now I mentioned per SKU to go into this market, right? Imagine a supplement seller, they got easily 50 SKU. Nobody will actually want to do this kind of investment at the beginning. So a cross-border option is definitely a more economical, cheaper, fastest way for them to test out or for them to at least bring out some brand awareness in the market. And averagely, I also don't mind sharing, averagely our supplement sellers, they are costing about 40 to 50 orders per month. And remember, they spend very little on marketing. So I think if you are a traditional business, you know when you go to the market, you need to spend a lot on marketing, everything, right? For what they spend $3,016, right? And they have the return of 40 to 50 parcels per month, I think it's not bad. Okay. Of course, the second is skincare sellers. We also have mothers and baby, which is a rising category for Vietnam consumers as well. Because their mothers are getting more educated and they want to spend the same theory as education that is happening in Vietnam. Okay, so I mentioned there's a lot of, we also have our local coffee brand already on board with us, this cross-border project. Jimmy is also with us. So just to wrap up everything, I think the cross-border solution is, how should I say, like, everyone is selling cross-border now. So it's not something new, but it's something new for Singapore companies to be able to sell into Vietnam. We are buying we are all buying from China cross-border sellers, but it's something different that we are doing for Singapore companies. And if your product is not suitable to cross-border, like I mentioned just now, food or liquid or super heavy or bulky items, right? We can actually adopt other solutions for you, but yet still maintain your online presence. Okay, so that's what's going to happen to you. Like we will import your product. If you don't want to do product registration, we will do IRR. We will get an importer to do IRR for you, and then your stocks is in Vietnam, and then we distribute from the bonded warehouse or the local warehouse. Okay. Okay, that's all. Not bad. I finished quite fast. Okay, so thank you all. And if you have any questions after the sharing, I also have 2 colleagues with me. Feel free to reach out to us. We can customize a solution for you. Thank you.
Introduce in a quick sense of myself. I've spent 12 years in Vietnam, and I speak the language. I understand mostly what they say, even though there's no words to it. I spent most of my 12 years in Hanoi, and on the south side, which where I am right now, there's still a lot of learning for me. But generally, I would say that it is I would say it's not that difficult to actually live in Vietnam, stay here, work here, develop your business. Okay, so let me just give a quick share screen if you don't mind. On what sort of help I can offer to you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see us.
Okay, sure. So I think most of you would know Singapore Business Federation, but not all of you know Global Connect at SBF. So Global Connect at SBF started in 2019, sometimes in around November of 2019. So just when we started, then kena pandemic. Okay, so lockdown. So I was only able to move in back to Vietnam on my first maiden trip after the lockdown was actually May this year. So this trip is my second trip, and I can tell you honestly, things are moving back to almost normal. Okay, there were still a couple of businesses like trying to slowly pick up and coming back, but people are moving around quite normally. And it's not a regulation to actually wear masks anymore. So of course, yesterday when I received the news from our Straits Times, we probably need not wear masks is optional to a lot of places right now. I think you can enjoy that right now in Vietnam already. Traveling into Vietnam is pre-COVID days now. That means you travel as and when. But I also heard that air tickets getting very expensive. You know, all the way up to October, November, I heard that's quite difficult to get air ticket. Okay, so anyway, coming back to this, Global Connect at SBF is an initiative by SBF supported by Enterprise Singapore. Okay, so what do we do? In Global Connect, we literally advise Singapore companies who are interested to scale the business globally. For Global Connect, we have 3 offices, physical offices, okay, in Vietnam, Jakarta, and Bangkok. But those other places in the global market that we don't have an office there, we still have market officers sitting inside SBF to assist you in all your activities. So let me tell you what it is. So in short, I don't want to show you every slide because I know everybody sits for a long day. In short, what we can do in terms of who I am, in terms of my market experiences, I'm able to help you to connect to some vendors For example, you may say, hey, I do not know whether I trust this lawyer, that lawyer, do not know whether I trust this marketing firm, that firm, or something in HR. Hey, Amy, it's such a terrible time, a terrible thing to actually think about. Starting something in Vietnam is very tough because got a lot of things to do. I don't know how to do the taxation, HR, this and that. Now, in 5 minutes, I can give you all that solutions. Okay, a lot of people say very tough here and there, but then no need very tough. In fact, there's many ways to actually make your presence in the market without exactly starting up something in the market. So should you want to know more, contact me directly one-to-one. I know how Singaporeans think. Singaporeans is such they got question to ask, they may not ask openly. You can always contact me. First, the good news is this, my service is 100% free. You can call me one thing, next year call me another thing, or tomorrow call me another thing. It's all free. Okay, so we are here to help you. So literally, these are the sectors that came to us across the years. Okay, so these are the sectors. What do we do? If you look at it, we are actually a bridge, we facilitate, we enabler. So literally, we bridge you to opportunities here. That's the reason why I'm in Binh Duong. We bring you to get your business started on the ground in a more comfortable way. Maybe I hope to share my experiences so that you can avoid certain pitfalls. Some of you may even try, to contact Vietnamese potential partners, but nobody actually reply your emails. This is a very typical thing. But first of all, I can tell you, Vietnam, nobody really read emails. Okay, so then how to contact them when you don't fly in? You want to actually reach out to them. So one way that my office can help you is that you tell me who you want to contact, and then you tell me that they don't want to respond. You tell me who exactly the name, we help you contact. We try to actually get you the appointment. Okay, this is one small thing that we can do for you. Okay, so in terms of this one, I won't tell you, I'll just pass the slides to the organizer later. So we also, in terms of SPF, Global Connect, we also, help to sort of upskill our workforce as well. So we also provide certain, we are also a bridge in terms of being a voice to our Singapore community, to our government, in terms of like assuming that certain policies that needs to be put in place so that our businesses can actually scale either locally or overseas easier. Let us know if you have any issues, right? So in terms of Global Connect, okay, we have we actually work on these 3 pillars, learn, land, localize, triple L. So the thing is that you can call me anytime and say, Amy, I do not know whether we should start in Hanoi or should we not even start anywhere in Vietnam, but we want some businesses. Amy, we want to have business matching, we are selling car tires. We actually want to sell to some people on the ground. Can you help us? So most of the time, we should be able to actually connect you to at least 1 or 2 good potentials, okay? But I can tell you something about Vietnam. You really need to make a personal presence. Let me tell you, it's very easy to actually get connected to partners on the ground. It's very easy to say that, okay, I found this partner, I want to be, working out with my Vietnamese partners who know the ground more than me. I personally can tell you, when your business grow too good, and you depend on the partner on the ground, one day the partner not happy with you, the partner pull out, where are you going? How are you going to salvage the situation? You put quite a fair bit of investment in it already. So I always say, you want to explore a certain market, doesn't matter if it's Vietnam or China or even any other markets, you got to actually experience the market yourself. And let me tell you, 1 week fly in on every month is not good enough. That is not called understanding the market. Okay, if you really think that the market has a great potential, or at least there's a certain level of potential, I would say put yourself and get somebody you trust to actually learn about the market and build the relationship. Okay, most of the time, from my experience, Vietnam is never short of offer. And as you know that during pandemic, every other market is in the red, but Vietnam is not. Okay, and now I can tell you that it used to be like a China plus one being India. But then after the pandemic, China plus one, the one is Vietnam. And I can tell you, literally, Vietnamese is rich with resources, but now even richer. Why? Because literally almost everybody from the world wants to sell into Vietnam. So the point is, if you are a Vietnamese buyer or a company or a distributor or importer, you got to ask the question, why should they work with you? Okay. The way the Singaporeans do is always like, we are always talking about how good we are, what we sell, what we have, why ours is the best, you know, and we always think that it's we, me, I, who, me, always successful in Singapore. Therefore, there's no reason why I shouldn't be successful duplicating the same system into Vietnam. But it doesn't work that way, okay? So I'm saying is, do too good, you also very worried. Do bad, you also very worried. So the only way is, don't depend on anybody. You want, if I can help you to connect, get you a certain platform for you to start, you spend more time here, spend more efforts here, put your resources here. Okay, that is no secret to it. You fly from Singapore to, let's say, the entry to Vietnam, most of the time is Ho Chi Minh. It's only 1.5 hours. Okay, so put your effort here. But I can also tell you, I know that the next 5 years, the developments is not Ho Chi Minh. I know that the next 5 years, the development is in the north, where Hanoi, Bắc Giang, Quảng Ninh, and some other places at Mok Chow and all those things, you know. So if you want to know more, you can always contact me separately. Okay. So literally, I have an office in Ho Chi Minh, so you can. We have a local staff able to sort of like help you to connect to the local partners. Okay. So, and also we are working with reliable, very reliable. I can tell you something. I get very impatient when everybody tell me, say that my friend tell me got a good law firm, my friend knows this lawyer, my friend this and that. I can tell you one thing, most of the problems start from day one, when you don't even start your business selling anything yet. Why? Because it's so common for me to hear right now, because a lot of Singapore companies are going into Vietnam, but it's so common for me to hear things like, my lawyer tell me to sign, I sign already. Now my lawyer tell me, say that I must pay another $4,000 for me to get another license. Now, if those vendors, law firms who are working with me play this kind of punk, they are definitely out of the game. Okay, so to me is, when you come to me, I make sure that the lawyer does not play you out. Okay, because so far I've been using 2 lawyers and they are Vietnamese firms. Then you probably say that, Amy, isn't it in your position to support Singapore companies? Yes, it is. Okay, you come into Vietnam, I encourage you to stay at Capital Land Somerset or Citadines. Fantastic. Through SBF, 40% off. Now all the delegation come in, Quest Ventures, the Law Society last week, this week is mine. Everybody's enjoying 40% off in terms of accommodation. You want to come in even by yourself, let me know. I try to get you the good price. Okay. On my side, really, we don't take commission. Any point of time you realize that me or my staff take commission, right? Please go and report to my boss. Okay. I can tell you that we give you the best of the rates. The law firms is very important from start. If you believe or trust on the lawyers that I give you, then you are also not wise. Let me tell you what you should do. Get information, 1, 2, 3 lawyers, compare, see which one you want to work with, which one you're more comfortable with. Same goes for HR firms, okay? Don't just go straight into one. Okay, don't commit to one first. Shop around, there are many, okay? So you want to know anybody on the ground that can help you to start a business, let me know again, all right? Of course, for anything to do in marketing, outreach and all those things, please use Innovative Hub. Okay, so for this, in terms of what we normally help Singapore companies, as you can see, business matching means bring me to where the money is. Amy, I have this thing to sell in, got distributor or not? Let me know. Okay, so this is actually business matching. All right, so market info is very easy. You can either read it on the net, on the web, on anybody that's going to offer you any of these studies, as you know, these cases or this research or whatsoever. But remember this, all this is just informative, right? It doesn't translate to a transaction, a money deal. Okay, you want to have a money deal, you'll be very lucky if you can actually close a deal when you're not even in the market. It's not impossible. During the pandemic, I actually helped a company dealing with authentic car spare parts to close his first invoice of $250,000 without even our Singapore companies meeting with the Vietnamese company, the importer. Subsequently, within 2 weeks, they closed $500,000 USD. Okay, so I'm saying is that one is actually my favorite story, but that is actually the best kind of high ticket deals that they have done. But on the other aspects, it can be a one pallet of fish skin just to try the market. Or it can be, let's say, canned fruits and all those things. We managed to get a couple of SKUs in. Okay, so all this kind of thing can help you. Now, business setup registration, very easy. You don't have to see the lawyer first. Because for 2.5 years, I keep on hearing what the lawyer advised the companies. I here and there will be able to kind of give you an overview how to set up and what is the best way to do so. Okay, the fastest, best way, cheapest way to do so. Okay, so can look for me also. And then of course, that Singapore companies come to us, right, Global Connect, for all the services, mainly on business matching, you know, and because you know why, these figures might change. The sector might take a different switch, because whatever that you see here is actually during the international border lockdown. So people cannot fly, people cannot go to their country most of the time. So they would actually contact us to say, hey, I need business, can you connect me to, let's say, somebody that could buy my products. Okay, so we normally do the business matching, but we are not there to do your what you call the running the last mile. We don't. We help you to actually open the door, and then you do your own presentation. We can advise you exactly how does Vietnamese decision maker make their, what do they want to see. Okay, as I said, most of the time, right, Singaporeans our e-brochures or marketing material always focus on what is so good about us, what is so good about our products, what is so good about what we are selling. Okay, but I can tell you, the whole world is coming over to Vietnam. How good is our good? That is what you need to convince. Okay, so it's really not about what you're selling. First, very important for Vietnam is who you know. Really, is who you know. It's about China 20 years ago. Okay, but at the time China 20 years ago, maybe digitally or whatsoever, they are not so still advanced, and now it's of course superbly advanced. But today Vietnam is superbly advanced in terms of digital, and they're able to find anything, anywhere, anytime. They are just resource rich. So that makes your competition even tougher. Okay, so I can tell you one simple story. I have a very good friend, and she is actually the buyer in a supermarket. Okay, so I was from the supermarket background in the past, long time ago. And then when I went to her office, I saw a whole table of different brands of tea. And we are talking about within a week, she's actually accepting about 25 different brands, okay, from all over the world. So my question to her is very simple. Which one would you take to sell? Which one would you take to actually put into your supermarket to sell? The answer is very simple to me. Whoever is sitting in front of me. Okay? Because the Koreans are already in the market, the Japanese in the market. During pandemic, none of them go back. Most of them don't go back. They still stick in the market. Okay? And then they go and make friends with the buyer. They go and try to sell their products to the buyer. Okay? They make various connections with the buyer. So the buyer said, whoever sits in front of me, that's where the brands are going to take. Okay? Today, same. All right, if you think they're going to write emails, make a call, virtual call, virtual call, I know that person very well now. It doesn't work that way, you know. Okay, so if you can, please make your presence in the market. So anyway, from when we started till now, we have this 11,000 plus connections. These are actually where our Singapore companies are interested to focus in. Okay, so most are actually still in Southeast Asia. And then, of course, the free trade agreements, SBF has a division that actually can advise on free trade agreements. I mean, we are sort of tasked to advise on free trade agreements. Okay, so we have a division, and the director in charge of this is Jason. Anybody want to know about FTA? Let me know. Okay, I'll connect you. Of course, we have this is under the SBI. We do have a division also to help you to scale the labors, either on the ground in Singapore or overseas. And of course, we have our online services lah. We did a lot of webinars over the last 2 years, and every webinar is free. We gave a lot of education. We gave a lot of partnerships to link up on the ground partners, people with expertise with our Singapore companies. Okay, so I will say that so far now, where everybody's getting to travel lah, and everybody want to find out everybody also want to know people correct or not? So 2 years of learning through Festival, which is our baby program, online program. Now I'm seeing that a lot of transactions are happening between those who came to speak at my webinar and those who attended my webinars. Okay, so we have a lot of all these connections right now. And of course, you can see that that's my colleague Sham, in charge of the Indonesian office, Jakarta office. That's me, and I'm increasing one more staff coming in next week. Okay, a more senior staff. Okay, so but in Vietnam, you cannot do without the Vietnamese. Even I've been here like for more than a decade. I speak the language and all those things. I can tell you, most of the time, foreigners like us, we can only open the door. When I say open the door means the Vietnamese is still very hospitable to receive foreigners. But once you want to run the last mile to sign on the contract, you still need the Vietnamese to go about different ways to tell you whether your contract's going to go ahead or not. Or it's just all talks and nothing's going to happen, right? Because the Vietnamese over there wouldn't be actually sitting down with you and tell you that, hey, I think this contract my boss says is fake. They won't tell you like that. Okay, so you still need a lot of Vietnamese, our Vietnamese or people to actually connect directly with the customers. And number two, why we need the local staff? Because I tell you something, you want to open the door, you still, a lot of them still need to read things in Vietnamese. A lot of them, even emails, you want to write in, you still have to write in Vietnamese. So we need them, okay? And as you can see, my colleague, Tan Teck Lee, his hair is very nice. I don't know where he got that cut, but he's the country head for Thailand. And we have an office there, supported by his staff, Sarucha. So 3 officers for now. And some of these success stories, well, you can read it in our website, Global Connect at SBF. You can read the website. And this guy, Web Sparks, the boss is in my delegation now. So he's also with me, okay? So for this, you can do a QR scan code if you like, or you can write directly to globalconnect@sbf.org.sg to get connected to us. But those of you who want to connect to me right now, okay, you can write to me. Listen up. So it's amy.wee@sbf.org.sg. Okay, amy.wee@sbf.org.sg. Yeah, I sound like macam selling koyo like that. But I can tell you, if you want to write direct to me. But those of you who want to WhatsApp me, now I'm overseas, so not advisor. Write to me, and if you want my WhatsApp, my personal number, I'll give it to you on the email. All right, thank you so much, FLA, for this, and I think I'll end my presentation here.